All right. Program. The MFN program. Yeah, I think we're about ready. But Daniel pre-recorded. Yeah. So he's working tonight, unfortunately. But got those. Hopefully that'll run smoothly. He didn't give me the the random like banter clips that Dana sent last week. Dana Bryant also had to pre-record, but she recorded some just random non sequiturs that we used. So yeah, that was basically the basis for why I said people could do it, because we did it with JoJo and it worked out. It worked out well. Oh, he sent them individually, so even easier. Yeah. Yeah. So should be fun. Should be fun. Well, yeah, but he's working. This is the penultimate. This is the last of the semifinal. So next week is the big to-do. And I've already got 2 people that are remote. So my big bringer tournament is well, Michelle says she's going to be out of town, so if she wins, I'm going to be in here by myself for the finals. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. Tell me your conflict. Okay. Oh. Oh, well, shit. I thought I tried to make that clear when you were here. Oh. One of those things is true. Alright, well, it's about time to sit down, guys. So let's pull everybody in.
Dark in the city and the night is a wire. Steam in the subway and the earth is on fire. Oh yeah. Woman, you want me, so give me a sign. I'll catch my breath, I'm even closer. Bleak eyes. Oh yeah. touch with the ground. I'm on a hunt, I'm after you. I smell like a sound, I'm lost in the crowd. And I'm hungry like the wolf. I stumble the line, it's scored it and run.
Let's make sure you guys are framed up. That's good. Landed just right. Oh, it's almost like I planned the thing. Yes, that does help. And yeah, boom. Perfect. All right, it is 000s, but I'm gonna run out to them. Even though I specifically have not oiled the hinges so that I can hear the door from the stage, I still have to go and look.
Yeah,
so,
it's important to go look. It's a set. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't you believe how hungry I am? Give it to me in my mouth. Sha-la-lo-lo-lo. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. In touch with the ground. I'm on a hunt, I'm after you. I smell like a sound, I'm lost and I'm found. And I'm hungry like the wolf. I struggle to hide, it's recorded and right. I'm after you. My mouth is alive with juices like wine. And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Who was it?
I thought about Tyler.
Oh, was that Pettigrew? I think that was Pettigrew.
You're likable.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick Pettigrew.
Yeah.
What? I mean, Elliot, if Nick.
Nick's always good.
Yeah, Nick is.
Nick's always good. Hey, everybody! If Nick won, then that would have been just another,
Yeah.
another LA
Yeah.
participant. Well, it's just what's going to happen. I tried to space everybody out, so we had one remote participant per show in the first round, and then they've all just I mean, to be fair, Eric and Molly are one of the two of the better folk, so it's understandable, but it does not help getting people in the door.
Are more people moving away as well? Are just people?
It's been a while since there's been people moving away, I think.
Yeah.
There were several exodi, several waves of exoduses, but
Exodai, I like that.
but no, it's at least as far as I know, hasn't. Hey guys, hi online.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh, you guys are very important today.
You look so cozy.
Oh,
Wish you were here.
Yeah, we're gonna butter you up, get them sweet boats. Yes, Daniel is very happy but very stoic. Yeah, he is holding that pose. So good.
Yeah, he said he was going to do a bit where he was pretending to be on a video pre-recorded for the start of this.
Oh, he didn't send me any bits. He just sent me the segments. So
You think that. Maybe there are hidden bits.
They could be.
Maybe it's like an ARG. You have to watch this backwards to find all the hidden bits.
Something's going to glow, and you'll know to head that direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those hidden item games that I love so much.
Yeah. Now, see, I will say, if we're gonna talk about that semi-subject, I'm always. It seems lazy when you just go into a room and what do I do? Oh, here's the one thing that can be highlighted. That's just how about we try?
Are you talking about video games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think isn't there levels? You can choose your difficulty. Isn't that true? Or is it just even in a hard mode, something will...
It glows slightly less. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But it still glows?
The screen's kind of blurry. Well, that was a thing. There are some games that are very...
I'm easy mode every way.
It's if you want a game where you're this just turns on the serotonin, but that type of game, look up hidden object games. It's all about here's 16 items and you see the silhouette and you got to go find them someplace in the room and you just click them and it's nice. And it's usually themed like Christmas or Halloween.
Yeah.
They could make erotic ones. I was just thinking of that actually. That would seem to make sense.
Sure, why wouldn't they?
Everything just looks like a dick.
Everything already does.
It already kind of does.
But no,
The patriarchy.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
definitely in the video game industry.
What?
I miss references that no one will get. Like
Give it to us.
Yeah, tell me.
like the real classics where you didn't have anything that they gave you. It was just so like a Hugo's House of Horrors type, where it's you literally just go in. There's a room. There's a picture, and you just you type in like look under the bed or.
It's about like a text
Oh,
adventure.
yeah, you don't,
I mean, it was mostly text, but it was the beginning of graphical gaming, but.
So you're saying you've always been cool.
Yes. So cool. So very cool. But yeah.
Are you talking about like obvious exits are like north and east, and then you have to like finagle your way through the adventure? Is that? Are you talking? I'm having a hard time understanding.
Yeah, I mean
like,
it's like
yeah.
it's you're just in a place and you like open-ended commands that you hope result in something.
Choose your own.
Yeah, and then
That's
adventure
life,
type.
man.
And then you've picked something up along the way, and it's oh shit, I have that thing. Try to use this on this, and yeah.
I'm thinking like King's Quest. A little
Yeah,
like
it's
King's
along those
Quest.
lines.
Yeah, like a point and click, but like it's very not handholdy where you have an item from 17 hours back, and you have to use it on the genie now, otherwise you will die a horrific death.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then at the same time, sort of spanning those two eras, I loved, and they came out at the right time because I would skip school to go back home. Like I'd walk out, and then when I was convinced parents were not around, I would go back home and play the likes of Day of the Tentacle and Sam & Max Hit the Road.
Okay.
Those being.
I didn't even understand what you said.
No, you wouldn't. And good for you. That means you've got
I played
15 years on me.
I played Crash Bandicoot and Spice World
Oh,
and
damn.
Tetris.
The pinnacles of their
For
time.
hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We wouldn't be who we are today if not for Spice World, the video game.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That's that. It was quite foundational for a lot of people.
And look where it got us. That was the saddest slight laugh after I said.
Had some dance. I
Yeah.
think Dance Dance Revolution was
sure.
because of the Spice World,
Mhm.
Spice Girls
Okay.
game.
That's a
Because
bold
that's
statement.
all you did was you learned
Oh.
the choreography.
Oh well. Okay. That makes sense. I thought you might just be on the tour bus solving crimes.
Like the movie.
I wish.
Yeah.
I know it would have been a very good.
Where's the Zack Snyder dark remake of the Spice World movie? When's that
We
coming
need it.
out?
It's
yeah.
I don't know.
it's the remake we didn't know we needed until
Right now.
until we just
Immediately.
literally said it
Just
right now.
now.
Get old Zacky Sny on the on the horn.
When will he ever? Who will replace him as the grim dark director that we can reference when making grim dark director jokes? That's the question.
Well, one has to hope no
I
one.
hope one
We
day.
have to hold Zack Snyder close to our hearts for as long as we're allowed.
Maybe Jordan Peele.
He's got too much talent to be.
Yeah,
To
that's,
be that.
that's the problem.
Here's the thing. I don't know who Zack Snyder is, so I don't know.
You're
We've gotta
better
stop
off
making,
for it.
Yeah,
It's
we've got to
better
stop
that
making
way.
references that Michelle completely doesn't get.
No, it's fun because I play along for as long as I can.
Well,
And then
but we
I
also
fess up.
applaud you for not knowing what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
If the rapture happens now, you're the only one who's getting to heaven, is what we're trying to say.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
As long as the criteria is specifically not knowing whatever
Who's that?
video games Jesse had said
Yeah.
and Zack Snyder, then we're good. I
It's
think I
delicious.
heard a
I
scream.
did
Okay.
too. So I'm waiting to see if they're
Someone's
just
at
gonna
the door.
come in, like they're familiar with what's going on.
Someone's
Or
creeping.
does that look like Ed
Hey,
Mina?
looks like
That did look like an Ed
Ed
Mina.
Mina.
What up?
Hi, Ed.
Hey.
All right.
I want to see you just walk in and just immediately walk back out.
Yeah. No, Ed's just here for the goddamn bathroom. No. No. Yeah. Please. Like the rest of the neighborhood.
It'll liven it up a bit.
All right. So we do have. I was commenting to Michelle.
Uh-huh.
we do have a panel that I don't know how to put it exactly that it doesn't sound like an insult, but but that you guys know you don't have to overwork a prompt. So
I have 9 pages here. I
I mean,
hope you know.
I was saying mostly the other two. I did say it to Michelle too, but Jeff might go a little long.
It's true. We did
But
have
no.
a little convo about that.
It's just that almost all the rest of like the last 6 panels, we've gone like 15 minutes late. But I get the feeling like we're gonna do all right with this
I
one.
like to keep folks wondering if I'll say more.
Yeah, because you can
I
go
could.
longer. And there goes
Bye,
that.
Ed.
Bye.
There he goes. There he goes. You're good. You're good. Do not feel
Yeah.
like you have to stay here.
Our emotional well-being is not riding on you sitting in the back on your phone.
Well,
it is okay.
I mean, speak for yourself. All right, let's get this thing going. It looks like we've spent 3 months really building this up. It looks like it's paid off in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I gonna do? All right, let's get this going. Let's get our semi-final panel trucking along. Let's switch to that first.
The
And now I
final
need to-
semi.
Yay! Now I need to know if Ed left or if somebody else came in. Once you come in, don't leave.
Both things can be true.
Can't leave because then I don't know what's going on and I have to check.
And that ruins. You're throwing off the Emperor's groove.
Trying to get this going. I talked about us getting this done on time, and now I've wasted 2 minutes.
Yeah, who's the one talking?
Yeah, here we go. Let's do the thing. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
24 to 92 hours ago, Stab's team of comedy
All right, so for some reason that didn't start properly. So let's start that again. Way to go, VL. It's not your fault. It's my laptop. Let's try this again.
roughly 24 to 92 hours ago, Stab's team of comedy scientists commissioned 3 specific humorists to give various potentially comedic takes on several random topics, which they will now perform for the first and likely last time in front of a live studio audience in a show called
Live online audience.
Stab.
Stab is nigh! In just about an hour-ish, the finals of Stab's 10th anniversary will be set! Who are you voting on to next week's final panel? Hold on, maybe wait until you hear what they've written first. But before we get there, we gotta introduce tonight's panel. Our first panelist likes big butts, but often lies about just how much. He's a producer of Me Time. It's Daniel Kassanich. Our second panelist collects grainy Polaroids of other people's collections of things. She's the host of Scene Kids. It's Michelle Petro.
That's me.
And our third panelist once convinced a bird it was a fish and just stood there and watched while it drowned. He's the face, midriff, and armpits of Mom Hat Studios. It's Jeff Brown. And I'm your host, Jesse Jones, an object at rest. Welcome to the Stab Show. 2 weeks from wrapping up our 3.5-month 10-year anniversary tournament. It's been just as fun as it sounds insane. Now, let's meet tonight's panel. Daniel Kassanich is at work, so he sent us his prompts. I don't know if that selfie is taken at that work. I don't think so. I think that was before he got the new job. So
Is this like the Dorian Gray? Is this selfie get older as Daniel?
yes.
And that's how the Tammy shirt works.
We're just holding his place for him. Daniel did not send any banter. He's all business.
Mm-hmm.
So he's over, I believe, if I've been paying close enough attention, he's over at
Jim Denny's.
yeah, Jim Denny's,
Yes.
the cultural landmark, recently reopened. So
Yes.
that's cool. I've never been there. I've wanted to.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm why it went under in the first place, but now it's back.
It's back. I went last night.
Yeah.
And I want to say it tasted delicious, but I also did not order the right thing.
Oh,
'cause
no.
I should have just gotten some ooey gooey drippy burger or chicken sandwich, and I went for the portobello,
Okay.
which was drippy, but it's a portobello sandwich. So,
Okay. All right.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to take your word on what that means because I would never
do that.
Never order such a thing.
No.
Yeah.
So was like the bun the big old
Brioche.
mushroom, or was
No,
it just
no.
like the patty was the
patty,
mushroom?
The patty was the
Oh,
mushroom.
that seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Do
It
you
was
put
hot.
other things on it though? Like it's
Yeah.
already like mushroom plus like tomato and
Like
So
lettuce,
here's-
cheese.
and cheese.
Okay, so I'm going to preface this with this place is good and you should go there
Yes,
because
this just wasn't
one
what
of the
you should have
chefs
gotten.
from South, it's her restaurant. She does fried chicken on Fridays.
Yeah.
Go to Jim Denny's.
Ooh, that sounds good.
The portobello sandwich had a nice aioli, a good melty cheese, nice
Okay.
brioche bun,
Sure.
and then alfalfa sprouts.
I was gonna say sprouts.
Yeah,
I
sprouts.
was gonna say.
Yeah.
Saw it was coming.
And they actually don't. I don't think they should be warm.
Sprouts?
no,
No, are sprouts not warm?
no, not,
I
Is that not a thing?
they
I
can
don't
be.
know.
Should they?
I don't know.
Should
Well,
should,
should-
They is the question.
Should
Yeah.
there be a portobello patty
Yeah.
inside a bun? I don't know that should be in either. That's we're
That's
dealing in a
where
lot
I
of
draw the
should
line.
be gray areas here.
So I'm hearing a lot of like it had a good personality. This
Yeah.
sandwich is what I'm
Yeah.
hearing. Had a good personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so that's where Daniel is right now. But we've got all their material, so that will be Poor saying sprouts should be fresh and cold. So there you
There
are.
we go. See, it's confirmed.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got Daniel's material, so we will be getting to them. We reset that precedent last week with Dana,
Yeah.
pre-recording her material.
Yeah.
So Daniel was able to piggyback on that. So let's just hi Daniel, smooches. Make something delicious tonight.
One of Daniel's neighbors mistook me for Daniel from behind
I
just
could see that.
tonight.
Sure.
So Daniel is with us in the room,
Yes.
even though he is not.
You should turn around real quick. So we just real quick.
Yeah.
If we could see what it would be like if Daniel were here, and then like something was behind us.
There you go.
Daniel
That's
Oh.
clearly Daniel.
Oh, what?
Oh what? Huh? What?
What?
to a T. I don't know Daniel.
Oh man, Daniel's gone again. I guess we need to introduce Michelle then. Hey
He
Michelle.
just got back. Hey.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. I'm wearing Doc Martens tonight, so I
Oh.
feel secure.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Sure. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I think I have a pair. I think they're docs. I think they're
Oh,
like
these
real
old
docs.
things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Hold up
think
to
I
the
liked
camera.
them, but I think I need insoles. I think the
Yes.
the thing about all the cool shoes is that they're not meant to be walked in.
They are not.
So like
Yeah.
docs and all-star little Converse,
Mm-hmm.
little they're terrible if you're in them for more than a half hour.
Yeah. You have
So-
to suffer for a while.
I mean, so is it not cool to add insoles? To
No.
actually have comfort so that you
You-
can look cool and be comfortable?
Jesse, we are in
I'm just-
2023.
I'm just asking.
Por qué los dos? You got to
Okay.
be comfortable and cool.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
If anyone tells you different, they're in the wrong era.
See, I wasn't sure if we were still suffering for the look or if we were allowed to be comfortable.
We are allowed to buy more things
Uh-huh.
to aid us in the discomfort.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it helps the economy.
Sure. Okay. Does it help if I have one pair of insoles that I use for all my shoes? Or do I have to have insoles like individual? You know what? We'll talk about it later.
If you want to go grabbing into your grubby shoes and grab
my grubby
your-
shoes.
Oh, my feet are disgusting. That's
All right.
fine. No, but yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You want to get your little finger, your
Get my
very
fingies.
massive hands. If you want to get your very massive hands in your shoes and put your insoles and
I
all
mean,
the
it's
shoes, that's
that or-
economical.
It's
That's
that or $20 a piece or however much
I mean,
people
it's-
spend for insoles per shoes. And I've
yeah,
got a
you're
lot of
gonna
shoes.
harm the
Yeah,
economy,
a lot
but
of
I mean,
shoes.
if you only want to buy one
Oh God.
insole,
At that
pair-
point, what's really the shoe? The shoe or the insoles? Because that's the thing that you wear consistently on your feet.
Yes, but what they see is that shell that is
Right.
cool.
So really, this is a
So-
matter of identity and how we perceive ourselves, really.
Oh shit!
Yeah, shit.
Well, that's a problem. So, aside from the cool kicks, how's Michelle Petro?
I'm riding the wave, loving being in
Sure.
Libra season. October is one of my favorite months.
Oh,
Um,
that's probably just because it's Stab Awareness Month.
that's true.
Hi.
That's true. That's part
Sorry,
of why
I just hijacked your intro. I
Stab
apologize.
Awareness Month is. I honestly, Jesse, I love like perfect segued ads. If you've come to Scene Kids on the second Saturday of every night,
Yeah.
you'd know that.
Yeah. And if you've come to Scene Kids and you enjoyed it, how about you tell any of the fucking review sites online and make them aware for Stab Awareness Month?
I yield my time.
Yeah. No, good to have you. Next week is Scene Kids.
That's true,
So
yeah.
that's going to be a lot of fun,
Yeah,
as it
October
always is. Well, happy to have you. Yeah. Just moving a little bit quickly past Michelle time because I feel like you had Daniel time too. So I think
No,
I'm
I did.
docking
I
you
bogarted that.
unfairly. I think I'm unfairly docking you your time.
No, I did say I yield
All
my
right.
time.
Well, then I'll take it.
I also yielded my time.
Then I'll take it. Good to have you, Michelle, as
Thanks.
always. Hey, Jeff.
It's like we just saw each other.
It is. It's
I have
very much
nothing
like
to
that.
talk about. It's been like just 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. No, that's
Okay,
fair.
yeah, that's right.
So nothing of interest. There's got to be something. I'm sure there's something. Jeff Brown is a very interesting individual with many varied beanies.
Yeah. I did. No, I didn't do that. I was going to do it. No, and that was a dream. I got nothing really.
All right.
I am thinking about growing my beard back out. I had it to be about 3 inches long last year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've run into that dilemma myself. Do we do the annoying big mountain man winter beard, fall winter beard again, even though we get to the point where I openly and outwardly hate it and make that known to everyone all the time?
Have you gone to get it groomed? Because I found that
I just let it grow wild.
growing a very long beard is bad, but it's a new way to primp yourself. It's a new way to kind of do some self-care. Because I went to a man who took some scissors, and I couldn't see if he actually cut things, but he made the motion as though he were doing some sort of intricate...
That's half the battle.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
I paid $13 for it. It was great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a hamburger at Carl's Jr. that I could have had.
The theater of the grooming is 80% of it.
Yeah. It's also kind of nice for someone to see you with that and really like you're like, hey, and they're just not sure about your mental state. like it's long enough where they're like, this is either like a purposeful decision that you're taking care of, or like you're in a real bad place right now.
Yeah.
And I like to throw it out there.
Why
like, I don't know
can't
what
there
it
be
is.
both?
It could be both.
See?
Look, I'm just happy that it is. And
It's
we'll
a
get to
purpose-
it. Spooky season. I'm just happy that it's spooky season is really what it is, and it is weird that I didn't really care about holiday season as much, but as I've gotten older and life has become harder, it's much nicer to kind of look forward to.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, you're regrowing your beard.
I haven't been cleanly shaven in about 9 years.
I don't think I've ever known you to be clean shaven.
This
No
is
one
about
has.
as tight as it gets.
Yeah.
For me,
It's
for
pretty
the most
tight,
part.
man.
Yeah.
It is. It was a little shorter than I had intended.
Yeah. Looks good. Looks good.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Well, good to have you guys. How's Mom Hat? Let's touch on that before we jump into things.
It continues to be as it is.
Yeah.
We really have one project we're consistently doing, and that's the video game podcast, which
Cool.
is nice to fun. It's nice to do. But aside from that, yeah, I think that it's just like a gentle hibernation going into the winter season, so it's pleasant. Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, clearly it's not too low because people aren't clamoring for that $5 ticket.
You're speaking half a conversation into the microphone.
That's true. Well, there was, which I'm sure did not elude you, a bit of a reference.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man.
To that Mom Hat life in one of the prompts.
Yeah.
Which one? I don't know.
No, I
You
guess we'll
stick
find out.
around and see. But to stick around, we have to begin.
Please
let's
stay.
get this
Please
going.
stick.
Yes, please. Yeah.
For Christ's sake, please don't leave.
Let's get out of our own way and get you started.
Well, here's what you can do if we're low for time. Just speed up the audio. Just do it like 1.25.
Daniel's at Daniel's at 1.5. Segment 1.
I like the chipmunk man. He was
Yeah. Oh, but I think his are brief enough to do them at double speed. I wouldn't be able to stop him in time. Segment 1. It's reorganization, though I feel like we should wait because I think that gentleman in the lobby is going to multiply this audience by an infinite amount. Actually,
Hey.
there he is.
I know this person.
Oh, right up there.
I know this person.
Oh, good.
I don't want to say that I've solidified my vote, but I think I may have solidified my vote.
There's still the online audience that we have
That's
to deal
such a
with.
relief.
But,
I'll have you know I am known online as well. So
That's true.
but I'm so glad that he parked directly in front of you too. That's
yeah.
oh well. Just you know what? Pretend like you're gonna give the other people a fair shake.
I'm gonna pretend, and I'm just gonna pretend like it's any other night at Stab and no one is here.
Yeah. Well, you're not too far off. All right, let's get this thing going. Segment 1, reorganization. Sometimes in reorganization, I have a tendency to overthink it. Often in writing stab prompts, I have a tendency to overthink it. In almost everything I do, I have a tendency to overthink it. So, in an effort to reel myself in and calm the fuck out, we're going simple. This week, Mike. It's the May Creek Airport Code, MYK. Airport codes are easy. There's so many of them. And sometimes they even wind up being interesting. Like this one, you can say Mike. MYK, like Michael. Like an airport named Michael. That's simple and dumb. Done and done. But now that we already kind of know what MYK stands for, let's immediately forget that information and tell me who or what else MYK might stand for or represent to you, Daniel Kassadich, who is hard at work right now. Let's
see it.
Oh no, it went away. Oh.
I thought I heard beeping, and I guess
Yeah.
that's what it was from.
Oh, he's back.
There we go. Daniel's back. All right, Daniel Kassadich. Let's hear Daniel's MYK.
Can't wait to hear this.
Having enemies is such a hassle. Is there anything worse than knowing there's someone out there who you despise, but you know forensic technology has become so advanced that you know you can never personally bring an end to their mortal existence? Well, you're in luck, friend. Look no further than MYK. Need someone brutally mauled? MYK. Someone didn't pay back their debts and you need them to fall down a flight of stairs by accident? MYK. Did some guy sell drugs on your territory? So you want to riddle his body with a whole host of parasites? MYK.
Sure. My
My Yakuza Kitten Feline Mobster Rental Service got you covered. Cats are pretty weird, gross, and fucked up as it is. Why not weaponize them to do your bidding? My Yakuza Kitten covers everything from shakedowns to assassinations, and they can even dispose of bodies if they're hungry enough.
Well,
The cat's out of the bag. Get your own MYK today.
thank you, Daniel. Not the first time. Not the first time cats have been weaponized.
I hope somebody used kittens. I had kittens on one of my many options,
Yeah.
and I didn't do kittens.
Okay. Oh, was that
Is that a kit? Oh,
That was disappointment.
was that a
in
kitten
myself.
sigh? Oh no.
No, yeah.
Oh, Michelle didn't A far enough to see.
I think
I'm sure
okay.
it's still unique.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's still unique in its own way, as all kittens are. So, Michelle,
Yeah.
let's be completely surprised by your MYK.
Got it. So surprising. I did 3.
Oh, all right. Nice.
Because Mike is such a versatile acronym.
Yeah.
You can use it as a little saying like Mike, like money, you know?
Oh, jeez.
Or when I reminisce at my old basketball team photos and think about Mike, my youthful knees.
Yeah. Ooh.
But my favorite is this. It's a young adult novel series. It's a murder mystery type of series,
Okay.
and it's called Mrs. Yucky Kisses. Mrs. Yucky Kisses.
This is Yucky Kisses.
Yeah, it's like an 8-book series.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think they print it anymore, but it's pretty good.
Oh, I thought we were getting
It's
more.
real. No, it's not real.
I thought we were going to get.
That's my mind. That's improv, baby.
that's improv.
I thought we were going to get more of a rundown of Mrs. Yucky Kisses. I pulled the blanket up to my chin. I was all ready for it.
Y'all see? That's you want
yeah,
me
the
to
cocoa.
say more.
Well, thank you. You're leaving us wanting more Mrs. Yucky Kisses. But
Don't worry, I got a whole fucking shitload of words on a paper here.
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Do not even stress, man.
Jeff is evening it out. Jeffrey, let's hear what you have in way of MYK.
MYK. Jesse, I'm known for many things amongst my friend groups.
Okay.
Things like having an enormous penis,
Sure.
making inaccurate statements into a microphone, and not having friend groups. But the thing that I'm known most for is being a club rat, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You throw my name into a crowd like a hairy, malnourished grenade. What you're going to hear back from all the he, she's, theys, and thems is that I love getting down to some fresh beats at the local dance floor.
Shit, yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. You put on some hot tunes, and I just can't help but cut a rug with the MC, which stands for Mr. Ceremony. And all of the happening folks who also exist at clubs. Folks such as bouncers, bartenders, patrons, managerial staff, janitorial staff, servers, security staff, human resources staff, if an administrative office is located on site, and so many more.
Sure.
When you're in the club, it's like being with family, and I can say without a doubt that everyone on the scene thinks of me as that one uncle.
Yeah.
You know the one.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
that one uncle.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
So right now, you may be saying to yourself, wow, Jeff, you seem really cool and not at all like you're overcompensating for social traumas you experienced during high school.
No.
How did you become so confident and so approachable and also so sensual and also so good at making eye contact, but not like all the time? More like when you're talking about something you're really into, like video games or podcasts or Avatar The Last Airbender. How did you gain so much respect on the dance floor?
Wow.
Well, it's all thanks to a little self-help mantra I developed called Mike, M-Y-K, which stands for M, motivation,
Sure.
have the gumption to get out there, right? Y, youthfulness. Even if you're pushing 60, being young is all in the mind, right, Bob? And K,
Okay.
ketamine.
Ah.
Holy shit, I am high as fuck right now.
Oh.
With Mike, you can turn any night out into a journey of self-realization. When you're headed out the door, you want to grab your keys, your phone, and Mike, which is a 3-pronged tool that will help you overcome your social anxiety so you can enjoy a night at the club. That new jam by insert popular artist here just started blasting out of the speakers, but you're too nervous to shake your thing. Motivate yourself with positive affirmations and you'll be in the spotlight.
Yes.
The dance floor is getting crowded and you're feeling out of place. Why? Youthfulness. You are only as old as you feel. And when the beat hits that hard, it is impossible to feel anything but young and alive.
Hell yeah.
Feeling overstimulated by the music and lights and worried that you're going to crash hard before the night has even begun. K! Ketamine. Any semblance of your identity is washed away in a sea of drug-induced hallucinations and occasional waves of immobility. You can't worry about how well you're dancing if you're not even sure if you still have legs.
Hell yeah.
So the next time you decide to spend a night on the town, don't forget to take some Mike with you. Because even if you completely embarrass yourself at the club, don't worry, because you won't even remember it. Because of the ketamine.
Oh, yeah. Man,
Nature's candy.
Oh, yeah. Is it? Is it natural? I love popular recording artists.
I love them too.
So good.
What's your favorite top #1 hit by popular recording
probably
artist?
Song.
Oh, God. I love
Song?
Banger, though.
Oh,
Song
banger.
remix though.
Oh.
Song remix.
I love when
is-
other popular artists remixed songs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear other popular artists featuring other popular artists?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was a little disappointed when other popular artists featured other popular sports person. It was kind of confusing.
Yeah.
But both are in popular sports drink commercial.
Yes.
So I like that.
Yeah. Because commercials.
Yeah.
I I watch them.
I bought things today.
I'm aware.
I consume.
Yeah. Happy.
Thank you guys. We're all dead inside. But that's what we're supposed to be. Segment 2 is Topical Haiku Challenge. Now, some people are big fans of Halloween and all that goes into it. The whole season that Halloween is becoming, people complain about Christmas expanding into the rest of winter, but somehow it's okay for Halloweenery to start the last week of September. I call bullshit. But while I may not be a fan of it, spooky season is undeniably upon us. And it's this special edition, in this special edition of Topical Haiku Challenge, that's your dang topic, spooky season, boo and whatnot. So let's hear 3 haiku each about spooky season. Whatever it means to you, go on and do some 5-7-5s about it. Starting 1-1-1-2-2-2-3-3 as we do the serpentine style. Let's get the first one, from Daniel.
Leaves fall down. It's an excuse not to frown. You're in spooky town.
Yeah.
I like it rhymed
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
always
hard to do with a
it's a double whammy. Daniel cut is real tight, so I'm gonna have to
Pat it out a little bit.
I'm gonna have to re-edit his because it's clipping the.
I heard
hear
it. Yeah,
Okay.
we were all here.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But we get it.
Yeah.
But he tightened them up real good. Daniel, take into account my technology is terrible. Just play into that knowledge. Thank you, Daniel. First one, Michelle.
Yes.
Hey, let's hear your first of 3 haiku about spooky time.
Crisp morning coffee.
Mhm.
Leaves decomposing. Leaves start decomposing.
There we go.
And ghosts scare me a little bit.
Sure. Sure. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Fair game.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Ghosts.
Scare me.
Scare me a little
bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, the idea of ghosts, sure, that's what, but actual ghosts, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
That too.
To be scared.
Yeah.
Jeff, let's finish our first time around the spooky season haiku tree, I guess. Let's hear your first haiku.
It's spooky season, or as I like to call it, Goth Awareness Month.
Yeah. Yeah. I just realized not playing our topical haiku Irish jig. I'll put that in later too.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of editing.
No.
Can you also can you fix all of my stuff in post as well? Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
I'll cut it up and refrigerator poetry. All of your work for tonight.
I love
It'll
it.
be fun.
Sounds good.
All right. Because I would start the music now, but then it would be impossible to sync up
It'd be
later.
too hard.
So we'll just.
We get it. You fucked up.
Yeah,
Continue.
I know. Actually, I don't think I could. Now, see, I didn't do it for a reason, because then I wouldn't be able to play Daniel's prompts as well.
See, that's why.
See, I did it purposefully.
Uh-huh.
I knew it.
Good job, Jesse.
Second time around. Spooky season haikus. Daniel, number 2, go.
Bone men are back. I thought we cured their bloodlust. One more year of bones.
All right.
The bone men are back.
There it is.
I thought we cured their bloodlust. One more year of bones.
I had to make sure I heard the beginning of that right,
Put
and I
that
had
over
not.
a beat. That would be amazing. One more year of bloodlust.
I mean, I'm just hearing all of Daniel's spooky season haiku over that breakdown section in Thriller where Vincent Price is doing his spoken word. It's basically the same thing. The bone men are back. So yeah, Michelle, second time around, your second spooky season haiku.
Okay. Scary movie time. Trailers should be banned at night. I need my blankie.
Now, see, I thought you said you like spooky season.
yeah, you're a liar.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I said I liked October.
Okay.
Because of the
Completely
leaves
different. Completely
and
different.
the nostalgia of everything slowly dying.
Well,
Just
okay.
for rebirth in the spring, it's fine. But
All
it's
right.
it's a necessary part of life. Anyway, I don't like ghosts.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
little.
fair.
Just a little bit.
And leaves
Just a little.
are tree ghosts. Clearly.
Fuck, that's right. Holy shit.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Boo.
I don't know if I like October anymore.
It's a night of realizations.
We're all figuring things out about ourselves. Jeff, let's finish our second time around. The spooky season haikus go.
Petition to drop skeletons from the season. Come on, they're just bones.
Oh, the bone men are
Bone
back.
men are back.
I'm tired of them.
Enough of this. You are just my infrastructure. You
I'm
do
a
my
part
bidding.
skeleton on my dad's side.
Yeah. I didn't choose this. I'm sorry, I'm a calcium American.
These colors don't run. The white colors. Oh, that's awful.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Edit
Oh.
that out in post since you're already doing a bunch of notes.
This show is going to be 4 minutes long.
We had 10 minutes of fun banter. It's
Yeah.
Skeletons are
fine.
racist, is what I'm trying to say.
Ugh. Yeah. When you strip it all away, you're left with nothing but racist skeletons. You're really keeping them at bay all your life. Yeah. Yeah. It's right down to the marrow.
Awful nougat.
All right. I'm going to, let's see.
I am no skeleton.
Oh, no.
I renounced that part of me.
Yes, I renounce it.
All right.
I renounced my bones.
I, knowing what we're dealing with here, have outthought my programming. Oh, I'm going to explode. I'm a robot that is going to explode because I've learned to love. I just set up Daniel better, so maybe we won't have to play him twice, and we'll get the gist on the first try. So let's hear Daniel's third of 3 Spooky Season Haiku.
News they said,
Didn't work.
check candy for fentanyl, but I've had no luck. On the news they said, check candy for fentanyl, but I've had no luck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like a brain worm.
I think,
there.
think you're
So advanced.
think you're taking the wrong meaning from that, but that's okay. To each their own. Michelle,
Hey,
let's hear your third of 3 Spooky Season Haiku, shall we?
got it. This is how my Halloweens go every year. Slapdash, last minute. Scary witch or slutty witch? What'll you be, huh?
Yeah. I don't know the last time I wore a costume. I'm that not into it.
Yeah. You
Sorry.
should just be a ghost.
Mm,
You can't hang out with Michelle then.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
no.
wait. We just cut holes in the sheet. I was a ghost for literally every Halloween in college, and it was the best decision I had ever made.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just don't know if I'd get the same mileage out of cutting holes in sheets. I don't know that.
Are you? I mean,
It's going right over
it's
my
going.
head.
It's you're. I don't know. You got bones in you.
Yeah.
You can't do the sheet thing too, man.
No. That
too
just lets the
racist.
bones out.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the issue. That's the problem.
That's
You
the
can
problem.
cut it in post.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again.
After everything, just cut it in post.
Just we didn't talk about
Go
anything.
edit the VOD.
All right, Jeff.
Yes.
Let's mercifully put these spooky season haikus to bed with your third of 3.
Are you sure? Because I don't know about anyone else, but I always write like 7 haikus and just pick 3 at random.
Oh well.
All right.
Fair.
I have now received a cease and desist letter from all skeletons.
Yeah. We've really painted the skeletal system to really be a bad guy.
You know, I'm tired of it. Fuck them.
All right. Just be a sack of goo then, Jeff. See how that works out
Look,
for
I'm
you.
getting there, man.
Oh no.
Did a lot of Jack in the Box this week.
No. All right. Fair enough. Wow.
It's a slurry.
Well, being able to afford fast food flex. Nice, Jeff.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
they
In this
closed-
economy.
I don't know if anyone wants to know, but they closed the Jack in the Box in the corner of Arden and Watt.
Oh, what the
Yeah.
balls?
I went there today and I wasn't paying attention and I went through the drive-thru and I was like, why is no one taking my order? Also, why are the menus gone? And then I waited for half an hour
Wow.
and I
That-
still didn't get any food.
Well, yeah.
Because no one works there.
That was a stalwart Jack in the Box. That had
Yeah.
been there for a while. Truly, the nation mourns.
The crowd is in an uproar
Yeah.
Yeah.
for folks.
What
and I'm sure
happens?
everyone at home
That's-
is upset as well.
That's rough.
This is my 9/11.
We're gonna have to take a break. Yeah. Whew. Yeah.
How does a Jack in the Box go out of business?
I don't know.
That's the question.
$14 ultimate cheeseburgers, probably. Segment 3, it's closing arguments. Justice is blind. Fair play is deaf. Getting a fair shake has a pinchy hip thing. And because I just said those things, and I told myself to believe them, now you believe them, and we're off to the races. Any dummy can be a lawyer. a lawyer with a client going to jail forever, but a smart asshole can keep even the worst sack of crap on the street with the power of their persuasive argument. And in closing arguments, it's your job to convince the jury that your client isn't nearly as bad as they might seem with your closing arguments in defense of the following fairly indefensible things. So, let's hear why evidence is wrong and you are right. Daniel Kasnich, let's hear your long ago, pre-recorded, not that long ago, just a couple hours. Let's hear Daniel's defense of candy corn. Closing arguments in defense of candy corn.
Fine people of the jury, my client has been hit year after year, decade after decade with merciless slander. I just want to know how a candy that was not only a staple of Halloween, but was also an iconographic image to the holiday became so brutally hated in just the past 30 years. My theory is that it's a very vocal group of contrarians and that candy corn lovers just know how to not make liking or disliking something their whole personality.
All right.
And they have confidence in their own choices.
Fair enough.
Not liking candy corn during Halloween is like not liking Peeps during Easter, or hot candy during Valentine's Day, or bottle caps during Halloween.
Oh.
I can already hear you thinking to yourself, I don't like any of those candies either. They're all just sugar.
It's not true.
I say all candies are just sugar. Hell, everything we eat is just another form of sugar and microplastics. I can already hear you thinking to yourself, damn, he has a point with that last part.
Well, yeah.
Maybe we should find ways to combat the oligopolies who keep killing us with little treats. But I still don't like candy corn because it tastes like wax. And to that I say, ever heard of dots? I yield my time.
Well,
Thank you.
persuasive argument. Persuasive argument. I personally don't necessarily hate candy corn, but I've been on record for years. The mallow cremes, the little pumpkins, better, superior, in my opinion. If we're just talking those kind, that like those,
The shape.
yes,
Okay.
Right.
that type of candy,
Right.
the hunk of sugar.
The hunk of waxy sugar shapes.
But I get it too, because I come to defense of otherwise hated candies like
Such as.
like circus peanuts. I am down with circus peanuts. I dig them.
So you got hit as a child. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, yes,
I
but
mean,
that doesn't
come
have
on,
anything to
yeah.
do with my love of circus peanuts. Doesn't have anything.
Why are you
not to
crying
do-
right now?
I'm not. Just inside, I'm screaming. Why? Why do I have to eat that coleslaw? Nothing. No, you shut up.
You're doing a good job, Jesse.
You're so brave.
Thank you, Daniel.
I keep expecting him to like pop out from the door over here
I know.
when you like refer to him.
I still
I
have to.
know.
Yeah, still have
The
to
man behind the curtain.
keep him here in spirit.
Yeah.
Um.
He's been here the whole
Oh,
time.
oh no,
He's
there's
in our
Daniel again.
hearts.
Michelle. Michelle actually needed a clarification on this one.
I did. I did.
Wow, way to call her out. Jesus.
Well,
I thought those chats were private. What else have you been saying?
To be fair, I could see it. It was a little abstract. But Michelle, let's hear your closing arguments in defense of the way literally anyone else sets up their bathroom. See, he gets it.
Your Honor, good people of the jury, and the 5 Gen Zs joining from the live Twitch stream. I believe without a doubt that setting up your bathroom differently than how Jesse Jones does is perfectly legal. If you look at all the evidence that we discovered in this courtroom in the last 6 weeks of this trial, it is a long, hefty trial, you cannot deny that the evidence of free will and varying design tastes are part of human nature. You know what else is human nature? Going pee, pee, and poo, poo.
It's true. It's true.
That's not a crime. No. Neither is putting up a silly cross stitch above your toilet. Being free from Jesse's will, you can pick that floral shower curtain. Shabby chic is classic design.
All right.
Jesse Jones does not hold a single architectural digest. Nor does he have a single design award. Therefore, this trial is trivial at best.
Wow.
Let people be free and live free. Let people live free of Jesse Jones' judgment.
Oh, that's never gonna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
It's like the end
Thank
of To Kill a
you.
Mockingbird. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yes.
I felt a little Atticus. Thank you.
Do you know how many times a week I have to turn around the way the toilet paper has been changed in that bathroom?
Oh my god.
Do you know how many times I have to do that?
Okay, but that is a thing. Okay, that is not how you set. I guess that is how you set it up.
It's supposed to go over, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
over.
Like a regular person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I mean, we're all in
sociopaths
agreement.
that that visit this establishment take it upon themselves to turn it around.
Look, I know you're angling to finally put that camera in the bathroom. I know this is your defense for it, so don't do
I mean,
it.
clearly, this is.
I know you need money from the Twitch stream, but that ain't it, man.
I'm trying to find revenue streams around here, and your streams are our revenue streams.
That's unfortunate and sad.
Everybody put in the chat if you want Jesse to sell some feet pics because we can get that going.
I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
As far as they know, he doesn't even have feet. They
It's
can't
true.
see that part of
Behind
him.
the podium all the time,
Just part podium.
and yeah, in the improv streams, I'm probably too tall. Don't see my feet.
Rub it in, man.
I'm just floating around. Sorry.
Holding
Sorry.
out on all the goods, Jesse. Anyway,
Sorry.
where's Daniel?
Not actual size Jeff Brown.
Make my window bigger. Make me look bigger on the TV screen.
Jeff, hey.
Hey.
Thank you, Michelle. And let's have you wrap up this segment as well as you will continue throughout the evening. Jeff Brown, you're going to have to do a lot of selling on this one. Let's hear your closing arguments in defense of 3 hours of sleep. Yeah.
It's always hard because you're like, do I start it with the southern accent? Do I not start with the southern accent?
Everybody does simple southern lawyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like you all to stand up. That's right. Get on up out of your seats and stand up. Now, I'd like you to look at my client. Sorry, you're my client, right? I'd like you to look at my client. 3 hours of sleep. What do you feel when you look at my client? Probably sleepy, right? A little angry.
Oh, sleepy.
3 hours of sleep, you may say to yourself. Why couldn't you have been 7 hours of sleep? Hell, why couldn't you have been 1 hour of sleep? That's a nap. There isn't any expectation for that.
Yeah.
Everyone is so quick to throw guilt at my client for being who they are. And who they are is a product of their environment. If you're going to lock 3 hours of sleep away, then they should lock the lot of you away as well. Oh, 3 hours of sleep wanted to be 8 hours of sleep. They wanted to limit your screen time before bed, and they wanted you to get an appropriate amount of REM sleep, and they wanted you to wake up and feel refreshed. But their dreams were smashed because of you. Because you decided 9 p.m. last night was an appropriate time to drink a Jack and Coke and stalk your ex's Facebook again. No, you don't have to worry about them knowing you viewed their page, but you have to worry about how you'll view yourself in the mirror tomorrow morning after 3 hours of sleep. Because you decided that you'll just crank one out real quick before bed before realizing you flung yourself into a never-ending spiral of ever-worsening types of pornography that you cannot dig yourself out of until you find that one weird video that is so obscure and depraved enough to make you orgasm so you can shamefully crawl back into bed, begging for at least 3 hours of sleep. Because you just had to lay in the dark and think back to every mistake you've ever made in your life, resulting in hours of imagining new and better ways your life could have gone if only you had said that one quippy thing at just the right time in the 10th grade.
God damn it.
And after you've mentally exhausted yourself, who is there to take you into their arms? Why, it's 3 hours of sleep. The only thing my client is guilty of, ladies and gentlemen, is being the last respite to your terrible decisions. If my client is a monster, well, you made them a monster. And I rest my case.
Oh, man. Yeesh. Oh, powerful.
Yeah.
Powerful in its accuracy.
I said the last one to Danielle, and she was just like, "Fuck you, man."
Yeah, no, I said "fuck you, man" several times in my head throughout that one. It's just, yeah, sure, that's accurate. Fuck. Oh, I'm sorry, me. I'm
fun to
sorry.
do.
3 hours of sleep.
It's fun to do the southern accent
Oh, yeah.
poorly. Yeah.
It's always worth it.
It's a foghorn leghorn.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Is that over people's heads now?
I don't
Foghorn
know.
leghorn?
probably
Yeah.
I don't understand everything.
Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
okay.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's your cross between Foghorn Leghorn and your Andy Griffith. What was that that lawyer show that
Matlock?
was it Matlock? Yeah, something like that. Listen, this is Southern, simple Southern. Your Honor, I'm just a simple Southern lawyer. And
But I
then
don't know what this AI business is doing in our computer systems.
that, and then amplified by Phil Hartman's caveman lawyer.
Yes.
Which just took that to hey, it's people. Hi there. That's all right. The 9 o'clock show is starting a little bit.
Yeah, we're almost ready.
But you get the last 40% of this show. You're welcome. Holding for edit. Segment 4. It's Review It. When I buy things, I just click on the first thing that was pretty much what I was going to go. And again, segment 4. We've got enough time. I don't give a shit.
It's the episode where Jesse has a stroke.
I've spent all week catching up on backlogs.
Yeah.
So I'm a little tired of hearing this fucking show anyway. No, it's good. We're gonna be so caught up. It's wonderful. So I'm a little punchy, I guess is what I'm saying. Let's restart. Segment 1, reorganization. No, not that far. No, I went too far. Segment 4, Review It. When I buy things, I just click on the first thing that was pretty much what I was going for and click-clack some numbers on the keyboard and hope there's still some limit left on that card. But some people like to be informed before they make decisions. Whatever, nerd. In Review It, our panelists have been given the task of giving us their reviews of specific things as their review would appear on these specific outlets. It's a little more clear once we get into it. Like, for example, this could be no more clear. Daniel Kesnich. Well, him not being here makes it less clear. Daniel's at work. That's who's going next. He recorded his stuff earlier. You're all caught up. Daniel Kesnich. Let's hear Daniel's Amazon review of butt cheeks.
I kept seeing these around literally everywhere. At the beach, at music festivals, definitely on social media. And every time I saw them, I thought to myself, wow, those are so cute. Everyone pulls them off so well. Not only are they aesthetically pleasing, but they also look very practical. Like they make for good seat cushions. I placed an order on Amazon, and the whole time I was waiting, I could only think about butt cheeks and butt cheeks alone. I was so ready to show mine off and become part of the club. They finally arrived after 6 whole hours of me anxiously waiting for my same-day shipping. When they got here, I put them on and danced around the house like a guy who just got ass cheeks for the first time. I posted pics on my Instagram in a series I called Butt Cheeks or Canned Ham, where I posted a carousel of 5 pictures of my cheeks and 1 of canned ham and had my followers guess which was which. It was all fun and games for the first day, but through all the pictures you see of them online, or the ones you see at the pool or at a rave, no one ever tells you about the maintenance. Apparently you're supposed to wash them every day. The ones I got were a few sizes too big, which I liked at first, but it just made cleanup that much more difficult. They're still fun and cute, so no regrets. However, if you do end up getting these, I suggest buying a bidet as well. 4.5 stars out of 5.
Yeah, it's usually there on that panel. People who bought this also purchased, and bidets are right there, and toilet paper, and a thong. Are you buying all these together? You save so much.
No.
Sorry. Thank you, Daniel. Now finish making that burger. I'm sorry. that
Wow.
sounded like I was being mean, but he's a very talented cook, at Jim Denny's right now. That's
He's
why he can't be
a
here.
server. He's
Isn't he cooking too? I thought he specifically got in to cook.
What muscles of the leg do you work when you backpedal as hard as you do?
I'm not backpedaling.
Right
I'm
now.
just saying
quads.
he's
it
very hard.
goggles?
Hey, I'm not working, so he's way ahead of me. He's gainfully employed. Fuck yeah, Daniel. High five from a distance. He's right down the road. When you go home, check out Jim Denny's. Then high five Daniel. Tell him you enjoyed his bits.
We just walk in, no context. I like your bits.
Hey,
I
Daniel.
liked your butt cheek.
Hey, I saw a mirror selfie of you. I like your bits.
Do you always wear that shirt? It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
Salmon's
those
good
bones.
on you. All right. Yeah. All
Not
of them
from
are.
Temu butt cheeks.
All of them
Can't
are.
get those.
Oh, I thought I almost gave somebody a wish item, so I thought you were getting ahead of me with your Temu. But no, Michelle.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hey.
Good to see you. I hope you had fun with this. Michelle, let's hear your Grubhub review of an ex's cooking.
Got it. All right. So it's 2 out of 5 stars. So it's up at the top. You can already tell that. It's a review of the ex's cooking, not the delivery. The delivery was fine.
Sure.
They did what they needed to do. That you always give the worker 5 stars. Who cares? But the establishment. All right. So if you're looking for meals you'd want to photograph, definitely don't try here. If you're hankering for something seasoned with adequate salt and pepper, find another ex-boyfriend's kitchen. Don't belly up to this counter. This place is kind of a dump. The white refrigerator holds all the condiments you could ever want, but none of them seem to go with the single lunch meat wrap that he's tried to pull off as dinner. It made me switch teams. Do not recommend. Unless you are a closeted bi girl trying to break out of dating beards. Hey, come on, sit down wherever you
Hey,
want.
welcome. Hi there. Sorry, you made my voice go up. Welcome. We're going to do our best to end on time because all of you are here for not this show.
don't know
It's
that.
good, though. You're going to enjoy the rest of it. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, so bad. I'm sorry.
It was so bad it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I learned a lot.
all was well that ended.
Trauma breeds art, is what
Yes.
we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You'll get it. I don't have to reset this for you guys. This is easy enough to understand.
Tell them the Daniel thing.
Oh, Daniel. Oh, yeah. Daniel's he's at work. He had to pre-record his stuff, so that's why he didn't die. This isn't like a memorial.
He's supposed to be here.
He would get so many votes if that was the case.
That's true. That's true. Shit. He really should have played that angle.
Can I retroactively do this, bro? Can I record mine?
Oh,
Fuck.
Jeff's been a ghost this whole time.
Oh, no.
All right, Jeff. Let's wrap up. Review it. So he's gonna. You'll get it. Jeff, let's hear a Yelp review of the neighbor's packages that you keep stealing.
I had to go look at Yelp to see what the reviews look like because I didn't know it was in the year 2007.
Well, sorry,
Posted
jeez.
March 2nd, 2023. 1 stars. I would give 0 stars if I could. I don't even take insulin. Tastes bad and made my stomach hurt. Would not steal again. 40 people found this review helpful. 7 thought this was cool. Posted March 14th, 2023. 1 stars. Thought I'd give them another chance. My mistake. Tried to mix insulin with Gatorade to mask taste. Still awful. Got really sick. Again. Maybe it's a bad batch. Not sure how they plan on staying open unless they make big changes to how they're running their business. 1 star. 59 people found this review helpful. 12 thought it was cool. Posted March 24th, 2023. 2 stars. More insulin despite my previous reviews. Obviously, the owners don't care about the opinions of their customers. However, gave them 1 star as the package included a large bottle of gummy vitamins. Sadly, after eating the bottle of gummy vitamins, I got sick and threw up on my cat. Because of this, I cannot give more than 1 additional star. However, this is a move in the right direction for their business. 159 people found this review helpful, 60 thought it was cool, and 1 thought it was funny. Posted April 17th, 2023, 5 stars.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, PlayStation 5. 1,278 people found this review helpful. Posted April 17th, 2023. 2 stars. Edit. The PlayStation 5 is a digital-only version without a disc drive. If you aren't willing to invest the additional money to spring for the disc version of the PS5, then I can't take your business seriously. At this time, I will be reaching out to the Better Business Bureau to make a formal complaint. 9 people found this review helpful. 2 thought it was cool. 2 thought it was funny. Posted April 30th, 2023. 1 stars. A bunch of papers. I can't eat these and they can't run Fortnite. Also, I don't play golf, so I don't know what a foreclosure is. Maybe you should spend less time working on your swing and more time listening to your customers. Weirdly makes me miss insulin. 200 people found this review helpful. Posted May 16th, 2023. 3 stars. Hell yeah, more insulin. 502 people found this review helpful.
All right. I'm surprised they lasted that long, continuing to not get their insulin. I don't want to pick apart the world building you're doing there, Jeff.
It's real.
Can you fix that in post?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Jeff. Hey, it's segment 5. It's the final segment of the program. I think that timed out all right. Warm takes will begin. Let's call it 10-15 minutes. Good to have you guys. Segment 5. It's Podcast It. If it weren't for podcasts, how would you know which sociopath was kind of hunky, but in a dangerous, he's probably going to melon ball my innards out if I let him get close kind of way. Anyway, with a microphone and a very specific interest, anybody can podcast. And we're here to prove that. In our final segment of the night, Podcast It. In Podcast It, your job is to give us the rundowns and recaps of the podcasts you might hear from these various persons, things, or what have yous on these specific niche subjects. Daniel Kesnich is going to wrap his segments up here. Daniel was given the task. Let's hear his review, recap of a podcast titled The Dollar Store Gourmet. Let's see.
Hello, howdy, and welcome back, everybody, to Dollar Store Gourmet, the only cooking show where we teach you how to not only survive, but thrive on your culinary adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And to start the episode, I do got to do a little disclaimer here, that we've had to do for at least the past couple years, and let you know that, unfortunately, you can no longer buy food at the dollar store for just $1 anymore.
Well, shit.
And you could blame that directly on Joe Brandon. It's going to cost you at least $2 now. But we already got the merch. We already got the LLC. We're going to keep it Dollar Store Gourmet. But just want to let you know, it's a little bit more pricey these days.
Fair enough.
That being said, I want to just jump right into it this episode. Because, boy, howdy. Dude, I think I outdid myself this time.
Okay.
I did a little bit of boy math, and I think I found the perfect dollar store food.
Okay.
I think I might have just put myself out of business. We could end the episode here. We could end the series here.
Mm-hmm.
This is all you really need, because I found the quintessential dollar store gourmet meal that one could ever possibly find the other day. You're gonna want to go to your dollar store. You're gonna want to look for the Oscar Mayer cheese infused hot dogs. There's an 8-pack. You can get it for $2. Thank you, Joe Brandon. You get it for $2. Each dog is about 6 grams of protein. That's 8 hot dogs. You're looking at 42 grams of protein for $2. You break that down, that's like it's somewhere around like 30 cents a dog. Where are you going to get that kind of protein concentration? And and that's just for the dogs themselves. You know, we're looking for, we're talking about a whole meal here, okay? You know, all these other you have Wendy's used to do the 4-for-4 meal, which is bullshit because now that's $6. You got the Taco Bell $5 box, which is bullshit. It's looking like $8 now.
Wow.
You know, don't even get me started on the Subway $5 footlong. That don't even exist anymore. So you could make your own bundle here. You can make your bundle whatever you want.
Sure.
You know, you go get your pack of dogs. It's gonna last you for the day. You get yourself a 2-liter Mountain Dew.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I already know what you're thinking. You're thinking, okay, well, you know, in today's day and age, people are concerned about their health. How am I going to eat 8 hot dogs and hot dog buns as well? You don't have to eat the hot dog buns. We're again, today's day and age, we could go keto. Okay, you just need those dogs themselves.
Hey, everybody.
And you know, while we're being health conscious, you could downgrade from that 2-liter Mountain Dew to a 1-liter. Now you're saving a little bit more money, and you could use that money to get yourself some Hormel chili. You ever think of that? You could even go turkey chili.
Uh-huh.
You mix and match your proteins. Get yourself a protein boost. You got the cheese in there and the hot dog, so you're getting your daily vitamins of dairy right there. And that's like you don't even have to eat all these hot dogs at the same time. You could eat them like 4 different meals. You got breakfast, lunch, dinner, sad late night snack. You know, it's the perfect thing. I don't know how we didn't see this before. It's been right in front of our eyes and under our nose. So, you know, take this information, do with it what you will. But I say, you know, you got yourself $15. You can buy a week's worth of food right then and there at the dollar store. And you could go ahead and tell Joe Brandon to suck it with his inflation. All right. Because you are going to survive and you're going to thrive with these Oscar Mayer cheese-infused hot dogs at the dollar store. See you next time, chefs.
All right. Daniel did like a real episode.
I liked it when he called me a chef at the end.
Yeah.
It's nice, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I watched The Bear.
Still like a prepper chef, but it counts. And somehow Daniel's last segment was longer than all the rest of them combined. That's all right. He took that very seriously. 8 dogs. I thought we were going to end on time tonight. And that's just a perfect segment for like 6 people to walk in on. You could not be more confused by what is going on.
Sorry.
This show is confusing enough. You coming in the middle of somebody pre-recorded their... it's hard. Thank you, Daniel. Wherever you are. Michelle, hi there.
Hey.
How about you give us your podcast? Let's reset for the new people that are here not for this show.
Yeah.
They're doing a podcast, like recaps of podcasts.
Reorganization. Anyway.
Segment 1. Michelle, let's hear your rundown of a true crime podcast hosted by people in the Witness Relocation Program.
Got it. So my favorite episode of Jane Doe's a podcast is episode 267. It's a Q&A episode that they have. And Tim and Jane answered some questions. And the highlights of this episode, why I love it so much, is because they answered some things that we've all been wondering.
Sure.
Like, no, they totally aren't using a voice-altering app in their recordings.
Mm-hmm.
No, they won't do in-person interviews. And then they actually stopped the Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
While they were recording, they stopped and discussed about this because they specifically said in the previous episode, number 266, which was titled Traipsing Through the Crime Scene, that they would only answer questions regarding investigations, armchair investigators, or trivial non-descriptive questions. They were not going to answer where they lived, what they like, or any childhood crime-related questions. They then spent the rest of the podcast episode reading 5-star reviews of their podcast, and then they were eviscerating this 1-star review, and it basically ends with them threatening this 1-star reviewer. It got them like 100,000 new listeners. It's really cool. They're like number 76 on the podcast True Crime list. You should check them out. Jane Doe's a podcast. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I appreciate the wordplay. Thank you, Michelle. Hey, where can people enjoy more Michelle Petro, where they would so choose?
Yeah, you can always come back here to Stab.
It's true.
On any second Saturday, I have a monthly show. I have actors memorize a scene, but I pair them with improvisers, and they don't know what's going on, but they do improv against the actor.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a fun time. You already look like you like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the second Saturday at 9 p.m. It's really fun. You should come back. You can come back next week if you're listening to this on the first Saturday of the month or not. I mean, just look up Stab / Scene Kids and you'll find it. Yeah, you could try to find me online.
Sure.
I have a private profile, but
that's
if
not
I
helpful.
know we follow mutual people, I might accept you.
That's fair. Well, thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
So good. So good. Hey, Jeff Brown, how about you wrap this part up so that we can get to the long, drawn-out voting part so that Warm Takes won't start till 9:45.
Michelle, can you hand this to Jesse, please?
Oh, that's right.
He has a part to play.
I forgot. I was
You're going to have to pay
cast in
attention
this.
to what's happening. Don't zone out, man.
I
Okay,
could
I'll
do
try to
it.
pay attention.
I could be Jesse instead.
That's all right.
Okay, fine.
Clearly, I've been cast for a reason, Michelle.
Okay.
Jeff, let's hear your rundown of a podcast review show, reviewing podcast review shows.
Feel a little scene for this one, Jesse.
Oh,
Is this the one you were talking about earlier?
I don't know.
Okay. Hey everyone, welcome to this week's podcast roundup, where we take a look at the hottest new shows hitting the digital airwaves. This week we are setting our sights on the Ouroboros Squad, a new addition to the Pod Nation starring two generically named white men who look like they could be related but aren't, and one equally generic but somewhat angrier white woman who acts as the audience surrogate against her will. In episode 1 of their ongoing series where they review podcasts that review other podcasts, the gang sets their sights on The Infinity Team, a new addition to the Pod Nation starring two generically named white men who look like they could be related but aren't, and one equally generic but somewhat angrier white woman who acts as the audience surrogate against her will. In episode 1 of their ongoing series where they review podcasts that review other podcasts, The Infinity Team, which is being reviewed by the Ouroboros Squad, a podcast that reviews other podcasts, sets their sights on The Eternity Gang, a new addition to the Pod Nation starring two generically named white men who look like they could be related but aren't, and one equally generic but somewhat angrier white woman who acts as the audience surrogate against her will. In episode 1 of their ongoing series where they review podcasts that review other podcasts, The Eternity Gang, which is being reviewed by The Infinity Team, which is being reviewed by the Ouroboros Squad, sets their sights on The Boundlessness Bunch, a new addition to the podcast nation starring two generically named white men who look like they could be related but aren't, and
As Jeff continues to spiral down the podcast hole, the clocks in Stab Comedy Theater begin to slow to a halt, the air becoming frigid and empty. With each step down the staircase of self-masturbatory podcast projects, reality itself begins to break down, the basic math of the universe becoming undone. Identity and self are lost in a sea of blue Yeti mics and promo codes for 10% off your first purchase of Casper mattresses. I look to my left. I look to my right. I look in the mirror. The people I knew, the person I was, are lost and gone. And all I see now are two generically named white men who look like they could be related but aren't, and one equally generic white woman who acts as the audience surrogate against her will. So make sure you subscribe to Listen to Player 2, a video game review podcast. Find it on your podcatcher of choice.
I threw in my bit at these.
Yeah, you did. Nobody knows that.
That was a callback from the very beginning
was!
of the show.
Yeah.
No one was here for because
Everybody was
they're
here
all
for it.
new.
And they want to just get to the show that they got here for. So let's start the audience, the online poll, so that you guys can decide who is going on to the finals next week. Let me start that poll. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my best. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, really, it's just...
You should probably say who's
Radine
who, probably.
and yeah.
Oh, you weren't show.
Radine got 80% of the show. It doesn't matter. Thank you. We got those. Thank you, Corey. There's the collecting votes music. Thank you guys for coming out. Hey, I appreciate you guys. You didn't know what
folks, all of you.
it's the non-gender specific guys. Everybody, folk, thanks for coming out. Warm takes begin in just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
This is the Stab Show. It's the show that the gosh darn theater was named after. That can be quieter. And we're celebrating our 10 years of doing this with a little tournament, and this is like the second to last of those shows. So you got a taste of it. You can check out 300-ish goddamn episodes online, wherever you get your podcasts. You won't, but that's okay. It's available. It's an option. Warm takes begin in just a couple minutes. We're going to get the final vote from the online audience. Then we will get you to the next show, and we've got a 10 o'clock if you'd like to stick around for that. It's lolgbt plus presents Say Yes. It's a drag discussion salon. They talk about subjects important or weird in drag today. So, 2 minutes feels like a long time. Online poll is just 2 minutes. We're going to get the...
How did y'all hear about Warm Takes?
Yeah.
What brought you here tonight?
Oh, just pointing at him. He's not going to accept...
pointing.
The one person making eye
Who brought
contact, go.
you? Who brought you here? Nice, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for your service. Y'all wanted to come on the next
Well, Warm
date.
Takes is just returning. They've been off for a little while. It's a
Yes.
fun stand-up on-the-fly show. Oh, okay. Hold on. I've got results. Ooh, okay. All right. That's how that works. Let me stop that so that we can stop this, so that we can move on. Moving on to join Molly and Eric next week. Oh, did we lose them, or are you guys just getting drinks?
They're thirsty.
Oh, we took too long. No. Moving on to join Eric and Molly next week in the finals is Jeff Brown. Yeah, well done, Jeff. Let me get our outro here so that I can set up the gosh darn show. Thank you guys for joining us. Thanks for enjoying, one would hope. And let's get this going so that we can get to Warm Takes.
You're going to say thank you for enjoying us? Thank you for enjoying.
You know what? I did forget to ask where we can reach you, Jeff, but we know Mom Hat Studios.
Yeah, mom-hat.com. Listen to Player 2 podcast, The Rules We Made podcast, Geesebones podcast.
So many ways to enjoy Jeff
Yeah, a
Brown
lot of
and
ways.
Mom Hat Studios. And I'm going to stitch this together somehow.
We'll get it in post.
But that was the Stab Show. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And, of course, a special thank you to our incredible panel, Daniel Kesnich, Michelle Petro, and Jeff Brown. And that's it. The finals are set. Next week at 8 p.m., Eric Barger, Molly Doan, and Jeff Brown will meet in the finals of the Stab 10-year anniversary tournament. We made it this far. Why not show up online or in person to decide who's going to get the couple bucks we've been collecting to make a prize pool? And if you like Stab, the theater, or the show, well, it's Stab Awareness Month all October. So why not let someone you know or someone you think would like this know about it? But for now, that's all we've got for tonight. So until next time, I've been your host, Jesse Jones, reminding you that Jimmy Parnesi wasn't right when he called you a big dumb poop head in 3rd grade. You're a big dumb, you're a big awesome poop head. God damn it. Good night. Trying to rush out of here so we can get you guys to the next show.
You're a big
Thanks
dumb
for sticking
awesome.
around.
Thank
You're a big
you.
dumb awesome head.
Should we flee the stage now?
Yes, let's. Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Warm Takes will begin in, let's call it, 5 or so minutes. However long it takes me to get things set up. Thanks for coming out. They would be going there. So I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Let's get things set.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, can I get a little bit dribbled out of the can if I can get a napkin or possibly someone's t-shirt? Who wants? Jesse, my old boss, came to watch. Yeah, awesome. I mean, I guess that's kind of like redundant, right? Yeah, it's a little. It's more. I was gonna say I thought you were gonna have. So this chair's a little wet. So I'm gonna move it.
You just take it out. Let's get this set. Let's get them started. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I appreciate the hell out of that. Whether you mean it or not, I appreciate it.
Somebody once told me the world's gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking down with a finger and thumb in the shape of a nail on the head. Well, those years start coming, and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules, and I hit the ground running. It didn't make sense to live for fun when your brain gets smart. But your head gets dumb when there's so much to do. There's so much to see, so what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't glow. Hey, now you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey, now you're a rock star, get your show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break that mold.
All right.
Know it's a cool place. They say it gets colder. You bundled up now.
Corey and I are generally the same height.
Get older. Medium and they beg to differ, judging by the pole in the satellite. The ice we
Sorry.
skate is getting thin. Well, the water's getting warm. So come on, let's swim. My world is on fire. Baby, how about yours? And that's the way I live. And I never, ever get bored. Hey, now you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey, now you're a rock star. Get your show on. Hey, hey. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting star. Somebody once asked, can I spare some change for gas? He said, I need to get away from this place. I said, that's a concept. Could use some fuel myself, and we could all use a little change.
Welcome to Stab Comedy Theater. It's time for Warm Takes. Please welcome to the stage one of your hosts. It's Corey Behringer.
That it's that guy from the other room you saw moments ago. How you doing? How are you doing? No, it's okay. You can clap. It's all right.
Free yourself.
I love to ask things of an audience as they are attempting to eat food. You know, I want to put you in that predicament so you can kind of relate to the predicament that I'm up here trying to, perform a bit. So I'm going to go out on a limb tonight and say that most of the people in this room don't know what the show is. Is that fair to say? Do we know what this show is? No. Why would you? This is Warm Takes. What this show is, it's a riff show. What we call riffing in comedy, it's basically improvising. It's just telling you what we think about stuff as we hear about the stuff, basically. So this is not prepared material through the whole set. It's going to be just random topics thrown at the comics, and they're just going to riff on it a bit. But before they do like the real riffing, we're going to let them do like about a minute or so of their written material, stuff that they've like worked on, real hard, and then just throwing that all out and seeing what sticks after that. Myself and my co-host Cameron Schmidt over there,
Hello.
We're going to be on that other mic throwing those topics at the comics up here. It's a hoot. You're going to like it. I bet. I hope. So I'll kind of demonstrate how this works. I'm going to give you a little bit at the top, and then we'll start riffing a bit. One of the things I love so much about stand-up is that I can tell you what I think about stuff. That's why I love this show so much, really. And I think the cutest thing about biker gangs has got to be the matching vests. Because it's not just that they look adorable. Of course they do. It's the thought that goes into those vests. It's the attention to detail, Those vests are their way of saying, hey, We've been thinking about you. And we'd like you to join our crime club. Isn't that just the sweetest? I love that about biker gangs so much. Because the more you think about it, the more you realize you can't just go to the store and buy one of those cool biker vests. No. Someone has to take the time to hand stitch all the tough guy stuff on there for you. Which means, of course, that someone had to stop doing crank for a couple minutes. And if that ain't love, I don't know what is. I just do not know. Speaking of love, I'm in it. How about that? Yeah. Yeah, go me for love. I'm a married fella. My wife and I have been married 3 years. We recently celebrated 3 years married. A lot of people ask, what's your secret to the longevity, this long relationship you've had? 3 whole years. And I'll tell them, we keep things spicy in the relationship. We're not afraid to go there, My wife and I recently went to a sex shop together. Now, Sacramento has quite a few of these kind of trendy, kind of hipster-friendly sex shops, right? They're very clean. I gotta say, I'm not a fan. No, I prefer my sex shops to be dingy and suspicious. That's more my speed, Because it's about the overall experience, right? It's about the ambiance of the sex shop. I want to feel like I'm doing something wrong just by walking through the front door. That's the idea of it, right? That's what we've all bought into. Here's my litmus test for a sex shop, okay? If the floors aren't sticky, they're not getting my business. That's how you know. This is going to be a good time. Thank you. Yeah. Little Foley work over there.
Pull up your foot. Pull up your foot.
Ooh, yeah. Multimedia is what we got here.
Yeah, everybody put on your 3D glasses.
Now, I'm not going to tell you what we purchased at that sex shop, okay? That's not this kind of show. I will tell you that it takes 2 AA batteries, and we put it in my butt, because that's where it goes, okay? Where would you put it? My wife? That's disgusting. Get out. I think I want to riff now. Let's riff
All
a
right. We're going to start Over the Rainbow.
Over the rainbow.
Over the Rainbow. Where does that take you?
You know where it takes me? Muppets, obviously.
Oh.
It takes me to the Muppets.
Okay.
Oh, man. I remember early into dating my now wife, my now father-in-law asked her, so tell me about this new guy you've been seeing. Does he like motorcycles? That was his assumption. He just wanted to go right to that. He's like, does he like motorcycles? I think his tone was probably like a little, cautious trepidation of like, this isn't going to be someone who's going to, get you on one of those Harleys. So like, does he like motorcycles? And she, answered honestly. She was like, nah, he likes Streisand and the Muppets. That's a little more his speed, is the Muppets. I worried, especially in those first, several months or so, of like, how often can I bring up the Muppets before it becomes my thing? Because you don't want that to be your thing with someone, But thankfully, she found other things about me that weren't quite as unappealing.
Yeah, when you said that your now father-in-law's first question was, does he ride motorcycles? I thought he wanted you to.
I thought he
wanted a
too.
tough guy.
I think that was kind of part of it.
Yeah. He wanted to be scared.
Fun fact about my father-in-law: he has a motorcycle that doesn't quite match the motorcycle regalia that he owns. He has more of like Harley type clothes for it, and he rides one of those like street bikes.
Yeah.
So it just does not make sense at all. Yep, doesn't make sense. He wears the do-rag. It's wild.
Wow.
It's wild.
Yeah. Okay. Shout out to him. What's his name?
Brent.
What's his full name? All right. Next up, golf, mini or otherwise.
Oh, golf. Oh man, this is another one of those things where I feel like I'm just the odd man out when it comes to liking this sport. Like it boggles my mind how much some people love golf. Like I get liking some sports and like even like having like a hobby about it, but like to the extent that some of these guys love golf. It doesn't compute to me. But I'm with you a little more on mini golf because it feels like something that you can snack while you do more so than like a full golf game. And I love any sport that I can snack while I do it. That's why I like bowling because you got nachos.
Yep.
The nachos are really the
Part
clincher
of the alchemy.
Absolutely.
Speaking of sports, would you like to take a second to just proselytize about the San Jose Sharks?
Oh yeah, no, I'm cautiously optimistic. This is probably not a hockey crowd. I'm just assuming because we're in Sacramento. This isn't really a hockey town.
No.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know if they're in season. What's the?
It's preseason right now.
Okay.
But it's about to.
Every team's
home
got
opener's about to
the
start.
cup on their mind.
Yes.
All right. Last one. Luck.
Luck. Okay. Well, luck is something that I feel like I wish I had more of, obviously, but I don't think we should rely too much on, of course, luck. That is How do you define luck? Because it's like, do we create our own luck? That's the great question.
I would just define it as parental wealth.
Parental wealth. That
That's
basically
about it.
is the luck.
That's about
it.
it.
What we describe as luck is really just what was Daddy making?
Will you inherit a house at some point in
I
your life?
absolutely will not.
Yeah,
inherit
yeah,
a
yeah.
house.
Okay, so you're not lucky.
Absolutely no. No,
All
it's
right.
not happening. I'm only inheriting debt. Like
Well, good luck
that's
with
what
that.
I get.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Cool.
But yeah, so I like how this set went, surprisingly, because it kind of, it displays the possibilities of this night, which is the beautiful fact that they ain't all zingers. That's what this show really shows, is that it's, we're just trying.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I want you to put your hands together for the next comic, the very funny Ed Mina!
Woo, woo, woo! Edmina!
What's up, Stab? How you guys doing tonight? All right? I almost didn't make it. Oh, what happened? What'd you see? Oh, shit. Please tell me, I got a booger or something? My zipper's open? I don't know. Like, did I step in shit? Like, give it up to Stab over here. Clap it up for the place that we're at tonight. I feel like it sort of reminds you of like a clubhouse, right? Like we're up in a tree somewhere, right? Like, this is where all the cool kids are at. Girls allowed tonight, I guess. Just welcome, guys. Welcome. My name is Ed Mina. I'm a comedian. If you couldn't tell, been doing comedy for a while now, and I decided to tell my mom finally. And she lives back in New York, so this was like really big news for me. It felt, because I hadn't told her anything. She thinks I'm out here just working and stuff. She doesn't know what else I'm doing. And so I call her. She's back in New York, and I'm like, Mommy, I want to be a comedian, right? And super excitedly, she goes, ay, como wow, como Bill Cosby. Ooh. Anybody speak Spanish here? Roughly from Spanish to English, that translates into, oh, like Bill Cosby. Just a little bit about my mom, right? She's a short little Puerto Rican lady, doesn't know much English, right? She hasn't watched the news since like Bush stole office. Ross Perot was around, right? And so I didn't want to correct her with what's been going on with that guy in the news. So instead, I was just like, yes, Mommy. Just like Bill Cosby. Yes, I want to be just like Bill Cosby. And I had to say it in Spanish, so I'm just like, sí, Mami, como Bill Cosby. I felt ashamed of being bilingual. Like I've never been ashamed. I felt bad in 2 languages. It was terrible. I almost didn't come here because the traffic in Sacramento is crazy. I think Sacramento should be level in Mario Kart. Just like, I like the philosophy here in Sacramento is like, we're going to get there 2 minutes fucking faster or not at all. Just like, that's just how it is. I don't care. They don't even use their signal lights. I don't care if you're going to fucking be driving off a cliff so long as I see the, you know what I mean? Just use your signal light. Let me know what you're doing. Just, if I saw you drive off the cliff without it, I'd be like, should have used your signal light. It's just like, something's wrong there. Cam, you can give me a topic now. Let's fuck around.
All right.
Let's fuck around.
Well, I'm going to start with shoulda, coulda.
Shoulda, coulda?
Mm-hmm. Shoulda, coulda.
But didn't, man. Shoulda, coulda. Oh, man, there's a lot of shoulda, couldas in the world, and there's a lot that I had. Yeah, oh, man, I shoulda not become a comedian. I should have went to college. Could have went to college? Nah, who knows?
Was
I never
it
took an
either
SAT.
or? Was
Say
it
what?
either or?
Which
College
one?
or comedian?
No. It was like, I don't even know. That would have been too dark. I was gonna say kill myself or a comedian. I don't have money for therapy. What's up? Cocaine is too expensive. I can't afford that shit. I should have been a drug dealer. I could have sold some crack. I don't know.
Yeah. If so, then what? Yeah. Okay, next up, sandals.
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 It's for lovers. That was actually an old commercial from back in the day.
Yeah.
It was called Sandals, and I didn't know why infomercials existed back in the day. You know what I mean? I just thought that they got in the way from fucking cartoons. Like, when's the fucking TV gonna start again? You guys keep selling me this fucking package for sandals, and it's like for this getaway weekend for couples. You guys look like you guys do the sandals couples package, right? No.
All inclusive.
Sandals is for lovers. I know the theme song.
The theme song?
It's 2 a.m. I'm going to school tomorrow. I'm still with sandals is for lovers. Love is all you need. Falling asleep in the fucking shower now. Just infomercials. I should have been a travel agent. That's what I should have been.
Were you watching the commercial in the shower? I got lost there.
I'm not that rich.
You don't have the shower.
I don't sell
TV,
drugs. I don't sell drugs. I could have sold drugs.
The Scarface TV in the shower. Okay. A glass of blank.
Glass?
A glass of blank, like a glass of a liquid, but there's no liquid yet.
Glass of whoop ass.
Ah.
Why are people putting whoop ass in containers? You know what I mean? You just gotta unleash the whoop ass. That's what it is. You can't just be like, open a can. You know, this is what it is. White people. That's what it is. White people like to make poetry out of the dumbest shit. You know, just like one of my favorite. You ever heard like Southernisms? You ever? It's hot. It's colder than a witch's tit outside. Right. The best one I ever heard was, "It's hotter than a freshly fucked fox in a forest fire." I was like, yes, it is. Fucking sweating like a motherfucker, but that's poetry right there, right? That's, how do the kids say? Bars? That's bars.
Yeah, the kids.
Candy bars.
All right, and our last one.
Oh, last one.
Fittingly, last chance.
The last should have went for one more after that. Could have gone for one more. Last chance. I mean, this is it. This is the last chance to take it all, to win, to be a winner. I don't know. Fucking last chance. Last chance saloon. This is the last chance clubhouse stab.
Oh, new name.
The last chance saloon. All right, give it up for the last chance saloon, guys.
Woo!
Clap it up. My name's Ed Mina. I love y'all.
Give it up for Ed Mina.
And keep that going for your next comic, the very funny Jacqueline Wyand.
So friendly. I've been gaining weight. That's a new thing. Well, it didn't happen like all at once. It was pretty gradual, right? Like over the past 31 years or so. I had a lady notice, a near stranger, by the way. She noticed that I was gaining weight. And she actually gave me some really good advice. She was like, you should lose weight. She wasn't finished, though. She was like, for your husband. Here's the thing about this lady. She has never met my husband. You know who has met my husband? Me. I have. And not only have I met my husband, I'm actually deeply familiar with that man's browsing history. And let's just say I'm going to be okay. And I'm going to be okay for a while. Yes, thank you. I should lose weight for my husband so that one day he doesn't wake up next to the BBW MILF of his fantasies. That would be terrible. Give me your riff.
Talk about your MySpace page.
Oh, it was so cool.
Yeah?
How old is everybody? Go. I don't know if this is going to be lost on everyone, but I remember that we were all super into like HTML coding out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Mine was red and black. It had My Chemical Romance song on it, and I also coded it to Little Black Hearts Fell Down. Illegible. You couldn't read a thing on there.
Didn't need to because it was just about the presentation.
Oh, and I think my cursor was like Gurr from Invader Zim. It was all very predictable.
Your favorite, I was about to say Halloween memory. You don't have any. You're a Jehovah's Witness.
Not now. Yeah, let's be very clear.
Yeah.
I'm here to evangelize today.
Talk about hitchhiking.
Never done it. Have you?
No.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, good.
Would you?
I wouldn't. No, because murder mostly.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you ever pick up a hitchhiker?
No, because murder mostly.
What would it take for you to pick up a hitchhiker?
Full background check.
Love it. Let's say something nice about the DMV.
The DMV. You know, I do empathize with them. I mean, I'm a delight. So, but not every patron of the DMV is me. They got to deal with some real stinkers, I would imagine, because everyone needs to go to the DMV, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're working real hard. That's the best I can say.
Well, I think that's very nice of you still.
Thank you.
Karaoke. What's your thoughts on karaoke?
Complicated, I think.
Mm.
I'm really the one that, like, I want to do it so bad, but I'm going to pretend like I'm not gonna. I'm going to pretend like, no, you guys, I'm really, really shy. But I've, like, had the song picked out when we were on our way there.
What's your go-to song, do you think?
Do you remember when... oh, this is my husband, by the way. I don't know if we put that together.
Hi, I'm the one from that joke.
When I was trying to impress him, I sang... we were at a bar at an open mic, and then karaoke was after, and then I sang Too Close by Next, so that he would think I'm sexy.
It worked.
Mhm.
If space travel was affordable, but still not totally safe, would you do it? But like safe enough that a lot of people are doing it. Like a lot of people.
Like, okay, on a scale from 1 to like State Fair roller coaster.
Oh, it's a State Fair roller coaster.
I do it.
You do it?
Yeah.
Even though there's like...
Is there like a teenager driving the spacecraft?
That's what I was picturing.
Sure.
Oh, actually, one of the topics I had written here was the State Fair. Talk about the State Fair. Or just fairs in general. What's your thought on like amusement parks and stuff?
I don't know. I think there was a couple years in a row where I really tricked myself into thinking that it would be a good time. But I think it drove its lesson home real good. I don't think I'll go. There was one year where I'm just like, I'm going to be such a foodie. There's going to be so much food there. And it was really, I think I was with some guy who I hated.
That helps.
Yeah. So like he wanted to do everything that he wanted to do, and he wanted to stand in really long lines. I'm pretty sure we like stayed in a line the whole trip there.
Ugh.
This is getting too real. I'm sorry.
Talk about something that embarrassed you recently.
No. I will say, no, Corey's amazing. I'm very sensitive to like, this is gonna sound like a joke, but I don't like being center of attention. But like in the grocery store, I don't like being the center of attention when I'm out living my life. I just rather, but he's a talker. He loves to talk really loud, and that's pretty. We don't fight a lot, but I feel like most of the couple spats is me saying you're being too loud and you being like, this is a reasonable volume.
Yeah, except it sounds like a reasonable volume.
And then I'm like, I don't want to be the couple fighting in a grocery store. And then I cry.
Camping.
Glamping. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, you talk about if that's more your speed.
Yeah, I haven't been camping in a very long time, probably close to a decade. I liked a boy who wanted to go camping, and so I went, and that was a mistake because he was really roughing it. We went like backpacking in Big Sur, and I'll never do that again. And now I've really swung to like, I might be open to a glamp.
Yeah,
I guess you would call it, but honestly, I mean.
Yeah. What's the benefit,
exactly,
basically, for you, for what you get out of it?
Not an original thought, but people, say camping is like cosplaying as being homeless.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm not going to take credit for that observation, but I would agree with it.
All right. Last topic. What's a lesson that you learned the hard way?
That comedy is hard.
Yeah. There's no easy way to learn that one,
There
huh?
really isn't. Man, it looks like so much fun, but I am miserable up here.
Fooled us.
Thank
Jacqueline
you.
Wyand, everybody. Keep that going for your next comic. The very funny Rating Home.
Hello! How are we feeling tonight? Shut the fuck up. How are you guys feeling tonight? Goddamn. I've got immigrant parents. Anyone else immigrant parents? Where are they from? Oh shit, shalom. All right. My parents, they're South African. They immigrated, right, to here. You look familiar. Did we go to high school together? Is your name Eric? I don't know you. All right. They immigrated from South Africa, and my mom, she's definitely an immigrant mom, right? We know the immigrant trope mother things. They push you to do these great things, right? They push you to be a lawyer. They push you to be a doctor. And my mom did the same thing. She pushed me away. My mom, this is a true story. Back in last year, December, my mom tried to sue me for my dad's inheritance to me. The man's not even dead yet. I don't know if that's premeditated murder or what the fuck's going on. But someone's not getting a Mother's Day card. That'll show her. Oh, I've got a bunch of like immigrant stuff with me. Don't I sound like just another white person trying to prove? Just like, no, really, no. Before my dad's, he was born in South Africa. Before that, though, they had immigrated from Germany. They actually left Germany. They fled Germany because of the Holocaust. They survived the Holocaust. Can we give it up for them, please? Come on. Yeah, they survived the Holocaust. God damn. They were Germans, but... Let's riff!
All right.
All right.
Let's get on that German riff. Bumper stickers that you feel strongly about, positive or negative.
Bumper stickers that I feel strongly or negative about.
Strongly positive or negative.
Yes.
Whatever direction you want to go.
I word association, bumper stickers reminds me of disabled placards, which makes me think that old people should have different placards. I don't think they should get the disabled placards. Truly, genuinely, this is how I feel. I think old people should have a different placard that just says old, because then I don't get upset. I'm like, who's this bitch? Oh, it's you.
They're just old.
That's it. I think ambulances should drive them everywhere with the lights off because their time is coming soon.
Yeah. Kind of a one-stop shop situation.
I think we got a grocery list of things. Trader Joe's,
You can have
morgue.
you can have a lawyer that specializes in wills, always in
Absolutely.
the shotgun.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Am I still riffing?
Yeah, of
Oh my
course.
God! Let's go.
You got plenty of time.
Okay.
A plan that failed.
Oh my God, a plan that failed. Plan B, bitches.
Oh no.
That's why I'm here. No, plan B. Here's a story. I did go, I don't want to like out myself. I didn't go for an abortion, but perhaps I was there for similar reasons. And doctors will lie to your face. Doctors don't give a shit about you. You will be in perhaps Planned Parenthood on your back with your legs exposed to the world. And you can ask the doctor quite honestly and be like, hey, is this going to hurt? And the nurse will look you in your eyes and be like, it's going to be uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable. She took an ice cream scoop. An ice cream. What is it? Are we relating an experiences here? Why did you have an abortion? Who what? No, I'm kidding. Welcome to your intervention. No. It's crazy. I have an IUD. Is anyone, raise a hand. Who has an IUD? I would like to know. No. IUDs are crazy. Have you ever checked your oil in your car? Right?
Yes.
You know that thing that you that's what goes up your uterus when they check you. It's terrible. And I went for my first pap smear. It's weird because my brain normalizes things that shouldn't be normalized. But I was going for my pap smear, and the lady was like, oh, you have just the best uterus. I was like, here I am. I was like, thank you. I felt so chuffed.
Did she give you a rubric? What was her grading based on?
She just said I had a really nice uterus.
No other feedback.
Genuine. She was just like,
Okay.
nice. I was like, thanks. I made it myself.
And you've only been there that one time?
Well, then I went back for the IUD.
Okay.
Which was crazy town. Have you had an IUD, Cameron?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I'll get it when they make it available for men.
What is your opinions on vasectomies?
I'm going to get one eventually.
When?
I got to figure out if I don't want to pay for it. I want my health insurance to pay for it, and I don't know if it will.
Why don't you just use a coat hanger and do it yourself at home?
That'll work. I don't have any wire coat hangers.
That's
I only
fair.
have the thick plastic ones.
What about the will of God?
The what?
What?
The what?
Next topic.
I just didn't hear you. Okay. An epic prank.
An epic prank. Wow, do we remember 2012 YouTube? When everything was a fucking prank? God, that was annoying. FouseyTube is not doing well. was anyone a fan of FouseyTube back then? Listen to the goddamn questions. No, FouseyTube is twice I've asked questions, he's like, me. For sure. Oh no, that wasn't me. I didn't get an abortion. FouseyTube's not doing good, man. FouseyTube is fucking... It's weird, though, because, like, he keeps on leaving Instagram being like, I have to focus on my mental health. I have to go. I have to figure this out, and I'm not coming back. And then he comes back with the same goal. He's like, I've got to pay off my parents' house. Are you buying a new house? Sir, chill.
So FouseyTube was a 2012 era prank
he was
guy.
the prank guy.
Ah.
Yeah. And then he, like, not good. He's...
He got pranked by life.
by this mental health. Pa.
Hey, aren't we all?
Aren't we all just pranked? For sure.
All right.
Isn't it weird? One question. One footnote. Isn't it wild that, like, the mental illness that we all have today, they had, like, other humans had, like, 3,000 years ago?
Oh, 100%.
But they're just like, we're just going to go harvest corn.
Yeah.
Why do I hate my life?
I recently read about a guy who it was discovered in, like, the 1890s in Washington, D.C., Secret Service agents found a bunch of tunnels underneath Washington, D.C.
Oh, shit.
And they were like, who's digging these tunnels?
Oh, shit.
And it was just a dentist who liked digging tunnels. and now we want to pretend like autism is new.
Talk about a
like
root
that
canal.
guy wasn't just a shoulder, what did I just say? Tunnel? I'm saying that people have had obsessions with things.
It's true.
For the entirety of humanity, but now we're saying that like vaccines cause them? No.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think Jesus was the original manic episode.
He's just like, yeah, fine. This would happen to me.
Well, no, just a matter like everyone who has like severe manic episodes, they're always like, I'm Jesus. Who do you think started that shit?
Jesus.
Exactly.
He was the first one to think he was Jesus.
Period.
Periods. Periods.
All right. Hit me with another one. Let's go.
All right. Whoa.
Oh, my God. Okay. Crikey. Anyone here fucking love Steve Irwin? Look at this. Okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hold on. I love Steve Irwin so much. Genuinely, I'm a huge fan. Little thing about him, we all know how he passed away. He passed away with Stingray. And it was totally accidental. He was shooting something else, and then they had some time to go do that. He goes over the Stingray. They already had the shot. He goes over the Stingray a second time, and then the Stingray, who is usually preyed upon by tiger sharks and has this little sharp needle, unfortunately, like, gets him. It's a really painful death, right? But what's insane about it is there's only 30 recorded stingray deaths in human history ever. Less than 30, you know? Whoa. What? That's, let's see, what else can I say about whoa? Ooh, what's that song? Whoa, whoa.
Oh yeah, that one.
You know what I mean? Whoa, whoa. Oh, she blows my mind like whoa. She's.
I was lying before.
No. Listen, hold on a second. I got it. She's on my brain like whoa, whoa. Give me back my brain cell. I am trying so hard. It's all good. Do I have another one?
Yeah. Let's talk about getting kicked out of Disneyland.
Getting kicked out of Disneyland. Oh my God. Getting kicked out of Disneyland. Getting kicked out of the gym. Getting kicked in the crotch. Getting kicked in the face. Getting kicked out of my mom's house. That was her fault. Getting kicked.
Tell us more about that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you my therapist, Lorraine? I didn't think so. Wouldn't that be insane?
You brought it up.
No, I didn't.
You literally did.
No, okay. Getting kicked out of Disneyland. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? Can we like focus group this a little bit? Have we been to Disneyland? Yeah. Did you like it? That's good shit. Oh, I got one. SeaWorld. I used to love SeaWorld. And also, side note, my dad's an alcoholic in recovery. So he forgets that sometimes. And then I grew up, hold on, there's two routes of words happening in my brain. My dad is an alcoholic in recovery, And also, I used to love SeaWorld. And then I grew up and didn't like SeaWorld. My dad, who's an alcoholic in recovery, forgets this. So a few months ago, he was like, hey, do you want to go to SeaWorld? I was like, no. He's like, why? You used to love SeaWorld. I was like, and yeah, you used to be an alcoholic, biatch. We have a strained relationship.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
Because you're very pale and you're talking into the microphone. I have
That's all
to.
the proof you need?
That's all I need.
I like that train of thought, that if something has one aspect of a ghost, that proves that ghosts exist.
What other proof do you need?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
I was just wondering if you had any experiences with the supernatural.
if I were a ghost and if I had to come back, I would want it to be at like the most inconvenient. I would want it to genuinely be at like a Goodwill. Because who's like, not to be, no, I won't say that. Okay. If I were to be a ghost and I were to come back, I don't know. I think I'd like to haunt like the leaders in power. That would be fun.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, there you go.
This is Def Jam poetry. All right, here we go. 1 fish, 2 fish, blue fish, red fish.
All right, last topic.
Okay.
Scuba diving.
Scuba diving.
Mm-hmm.
Scuba diving. I have college credits in scuba diving, and I have college credits in hip hop classes. So if you ever need someone to be academically served, watch out. I have college credits also in 2 years of ASL.
Oh.
Yeah. What was that? Oh my God. Did you go to ARC? Fuck you, not Eric.
All right, I want you to give it up real loud for the final comic of the evening. He is the co-host this evening, Cameron Schmidt.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm just gonna go through one word. How did you end up here tonight? Okay, one word. Cool. Leo. Huh? Leo. Are you Leo? Okay. Leo. All right, Leo, explain yourself. Eventbrite.
Love
Okay.
it. Love
Good
it.
job, Jesse. Good job, Jesse.
The link is working.
Oh, man. Cool. Well, I'm glad to see such a nice little crowd here tonight.
Yeah.
I also went to American River College, and the ASL building in American River College was also the journalism lab, which is what I studied at American River College and then at Sac State. I went to college for 4 years at ARC, and then I went to college for 4 years at Sac State. Singers up. Did you do fangs? Or the buck teeth? The buck teeth. Okay. I'll do. Okay. So yeah, go Beavers. I moved out right when I was 18. Right. I was homeless for the first 2 years I was in college, living in my car, slept on the street like 2 nights. Those nights. Oh man. If you've never slept in an as yet to be developed housing complex in Atomas, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's soft, recently compacted dirt because your car died in a Barnes & Noble's parking lot, and the security guard said, you can't sleep in your car in this parking lot. And I said, oh, I can't move my car. And she said, okay, well, you have to leave. So I went and slept on dirt. If any of you know a security guard in the Natomas Barnes & Nobles in circa about 2011, tell her I want to talk.
I have words.
Yeah. And so, yeah, back to ARC, back to Beavers. I worked a lot of jobs as soon as I did start finally going to school, including one season I was the PA announcer for American River College's volleyball team, which was a very good team, and I didn't know volleyball until I started doing that job. So at first I was very quiet, just like, point, whatever. And then eventually they started trying to ramp me up and whatever. And so one time we were having this match. I was on the team in little shorts. And there was a match between ARC and Sierra College who was visiting, and Sierra College had a player whose last name was Kuntz. And the athletic director for Sierra College came up to me before the match. Was like, "Hey, just a heads up, pronunciation on number 14's name, Kuntz. Okay, so just please write it down. Don't get it wrong. Okay, it's happened a couple times this season already. She's real sensitive about it." And that just got in my head, you know? And so I'm announcing people, and the first one, you know, I'm going through alphabetically, which is what you do. And I get to the K's. And I'm, all right, everybody. I don't remember her first name. I'm going to make it up. Number 14 for Sierra College, Ashley Kuntz. And that's about how I did it. So they won. You're welcome. All right, and last, none of that was prepared material. I'll do the one prepared material I did plan on because it is October. Who's familiar with the David Pumpkins sketch from Saturday Night Live? Anybody remember it? It's a very silly sketch. Tom Hanks keeps going, "Any questions?" You know. It's a very silly sketch, and I think about it every Halloween, and I watch it as we get close to Halloween, and if it still makes me laugh even just once, I don't kill myself yet. And hey, it came out in 2016, and we're still going, everybody, all right? What you got, Corey?
Lawn gnomes.
Lawn gnomes. I think they're cute. They used to be in commercials, right? What brand was that?
I think it was a travel thing, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a
Travelocity?
Yeah.
Travel. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
yeah. I think they're cute. I had a very big imagination as a kid, so if I had known any as a child, I probably would have imagined them walking around, you know, coming into my house, sticking their fingers in my ears. You know. Yeah, I think they're cute. I would get one. I would for sure get one. I like little tchotchkes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have character. The only thing, me and my girlfriend just moved into a new apartment, and I only recently realized that in our half bath downstairs, right above the toilet, really high up, I don't even know how she reached it, she put just a little baby clown.
Oh.
Just a little baby clown.
That's cool.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because, you know, I wake up at 2 a.m. to go to work, and if I forget to pee and I go do it in that half bath right before I leave, I turn on the light and I just see that little clown and I'm barely awake. That's not cool.
The Mafia.
I'm pro. You know, I think any organization that works outside of the law should be applauded, to be honest. Because remember, guys, laws are just threats by the dominant socioeconomic class. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. It's the same thing as your parent saying that they're going to spank you. Okay, do it. You're the one who's going to remember. The Mafia. Yeah, I mean, I've read The Godfather. Who's read The Godfather?
Have not.
It is way wilder than the book. Or the movie. Yeah. Hey guys, have you read The Godfather? You haven't even thought about it. No. You know, I watched Sopranos. I still haven't seen Godfather 2. Yeah, that's about all I got on the Mafia. I am a little Italian.
I think you're pretty big.
Thanks. Prove it? I can't. I haven't done my 23andMe because I don't want any government bodies having my DNA. So, and I won't. I'll just die before they can find that out.
I did the 23andMe,
Yeah.
and I so quickly unsubscribed.
Yeah.
They give you so many emails you don't want.
Yeah.
And they want so bad for you to participate in genome testing.
Yeah.
Nah,
No.
I'm good.
No, the closest I've ever gotten to giving any government body my DNA is selling my plasma for money when I was homeless.
Yeah.
You know you can do that? They'll take your blood out, they'll strip the white blood cells out, and they'll use those for like medical testing and shit. And they give you like $50 a pop, whatever. But they're like, the people working there are not good phlebotomists. They just like 1 out of every 5 times you walk out, you're like leaking in the lobby, and you're like, please help, please. And they don't give you granola bars or anything. They're just like, here's your $50. McDonald's across the street. You're stinking up the lobby because everybody there's homeless. All right.
All right, last topic. I want to hear your take on boy bands.
I liked them as a kid. You know, I was a Backstreet Boys loyalist, and I probably still am. Justin Timberlake just looks like a snake, you know?
Yeah.
I
I like the rest of that group, though. It's
Who?
just Justin in
Oh,
sync. I'm talking about
yeah.
in sync because you mentioned Justin Timberlake, and
but he's the head of it, and
yeah,
he's irredeemable.
Yeah.
But yeah, sympathies for Joey Fat One, and much love to Lance Bass.
Absolutely.
They did a Hot Ones video recently. You guys know Hot Ones?
I love that episode.
NSYNC did Hot Ones recently. They all look like shit except for Lance Bass.
Yeah.
They all look like shit. It's really cool when somebody who was handsome ages. And you can just see that they're not getting the vibe that they used to get from people. Yeah. You can see it on Justin Timberlake's face now. He's like, people are not dropping to their knees when they see me anymore. And I'm mad about it. Yeah. But Backstreet Boys, just better vocally, more fun lyrics, way more fun videos. Yeah. Stupid little marionette thing. NSYNC, get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
This got mad fast. Wow.
Yeah.
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 There's a hot take you brought in here.
Yeah. And 98 degrees, that's just what the temperature we normally are. You're not above average even. I run a 99 on average. So I'm suck it, Lachey.
Cameron Schmidt, everybody.
Corey,
thank you. Well, this has been the show, folks. We do this every month, and they do shows here practically every night of the week. We hope you come back for another. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Warm Takes is over, but our night isn't over. If you'd like to stick around, LOLGBT Plus presents Say Yes. It's Suzette Benetti and friends discussing the topics of drag today. If you want to stick around, we can make a deal up front, or, I don't know, in this economy, we can make a good deal. So, hope to see you, but if you're done for the night, check out stabcomedytheater.com for our full calendar of events. We're live in person Thursdays through Sundays, and we stream everything we do 6 nights a week. Hope you stick around, or just hope to see you again. Have a good night. Yeah, we got people on. So feel free to. Welcome to the Staff Comedy Theater. It's time for LOLGBT Plus presents Say Yes. Please welcome on stage the cast for Say Yes.
Hello, welcome to Say Yes. I'm Suzette Vanetti, and joining me is Manny Petty and Katana Ray.
Hi. I'm just posting the link onto my story real quick.
Oh, yes, no, that's fine, totally. I was just answering a message where I think someone's mad at me, but I'm Suzette, so that happens. Anyway, Say Yes is a talk show where we take a macro question, a macro drag question, and answer in a micro fashion. And today we're sponsored by Pila Kava, which is a fun little kava business where they take the bad taste out of the kava and put the good taste in. Does that make sense, right? I didn't practice that before I said it. Okay, yeah. Anyway, you can catch them at 16th and N in the Culture Club, and they have all this really. So what they do is they take kava and they take tea and honey and blend the kava with those. So
What is kava?
Kava, okay. Kava is a root that grows in the South Pacific, like in places that you might refer to as Polynesian, and it's. They say it's like alcohol, but without alcohol. Like it reduces stress, it lowers anxiety, reduces inflammation. I think alcohol probably gives you inflammation, and it kind of like gives you like a chill sort of like, yeah, man, what's up? But not like in a weed way, more in like an alcohol way. It does make your tongue numb if you have a lot.
My tongue is starting to get numb. I thought it was just me. I was reading the ingredients like, I'm not allergic to anything.
No, that's normal. That's no. You're like, Suzette, set me up.
I was like, hold on.
Yeah. So, and we're actually Manny and I are doing a show at Culture Club. That's a kava themed drag show. So yeah, I have to look and see which flavor Liz claimed.
Yes.
Because we're all gonna do numbers based off of flavors.
I have to drink it.
So I can drink this now, right?
Yeah,
I'll
totally.
drink right now. Let's
I wanted you to be in the show too, but I didn't know your work schedule, and I was like, I don't want to bug you.
Is it like this month or something?
It's the 14th.
Of this month?
Yeah.
October is a crazy month because I already have 2 shows booked. I have a dinner show on the 20th, and I have a brunch show on the 29th. And then Taryn asked me to be in a show on the 15th, and I'm like, there's just too many things happening all at once. I mean, I'm lucky. I feel really lucky that people are asking me, but it's just October is a busy week, busy month. Busy week.
October's a busy week. But
it feels like a week. After
it feels
it's
like
done.
a week. When it's done, it was like, oh my god, that was a. It feels like a week and a decade. It's like Friday. That week was the longest decade ever.
Like Pride is a month, but it feels like a season for like. For
Oh
sure.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think what? Say it again. Yeah, I think June and October are probably the busiest months for drag. I love me some Christmas drag though. Like you have to tear me out. Yes, more audience.
Hey.
Hello.
You just
live
missed.
studio.
We
Come
talked
on
about.
down.
We talked
about our
Kava.
sponsor.
Have you heard about Kava? Do you know what Kava is? I just learned tonight.
I know. I'm finding out right now as we speak.
Kava.
I think actually you'd like it. It reduces stress, anxiety, and inflammation. I'm like,
Healthily.
yeah.
But
It does make your tongue
make your
numb.
tongue numb. My tongue is numb, so I'm gonna be slurring a lot.
But
more than
beside
usual.
that,
Oh, it is a little bit. That's kind of strange, isn't
Right?
it? I'm like, let me stick my tongue in here. Said that before, but like, it's like just a tip.
you know what? If just the tip is numb, then we're doing a good job.
Really, the sides of my tongue are numb, but like not the tip. It's like I don't know.
So, that's just such
it
a
might be the
weird-
way we
that-
drink.
That is such a weird sensation. Like
It's hitting everyone differently. Apparently, it's
I'm
it's a
very
straight up
into
weed,
it.
is what it is.
I love Kava.
What flavor you got?
Lemon drop.
Oh, that sounds good. I love lemon. I have Hawaii.
So
Green tea.
we're doing a Kava themed drag show on the 14th because I want to get people into the culture club and see this Kava place, and then we're all gonna base our numbers off flavors, loosely at least.
I'm gonna do a Nova.
Do they have
number,
Kava
just lay there
Chameleon?
numb.
Oh my! Now you have to come do it.
Well, because it's Culture Club, isn't that
Right.
That's Boy George's
Yes.
band, right? So I was like, do they have a flavor called Kava Chameleon?
Are you free on the 14th, please?
I don't think that's.
I'll pay you out of my own
Saturday or-
pocket.
See, it's hard. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I hate retail.
Me too.
I kind of want to just get an office job just so I can have weekends off for sure.
It's worth it.
Don't commit, but if you're free on the 14th and you feel like you're not a last minute girl, but if you like feel like doing Kava Camille, like
It's like debuting their new flavor, Kava Chameleon.
oh my God, Happy might do that. That's his name. The guy that runs it is Happy.
Oh, I love that.
Tell me I was about to sit
Makes
for my
me
microphone
happy.
and talk into my bottle. Kava is hitting now.
I've done that many a time on a Thursday and Friday. I'm like, that's it. No, someone
Kava's
else
like
is there.
psychedelic.
Okay, so Pila Kava is our sponsor, and we're answering macro drag questions in a micro fashion. We had two, right? Yeah. So we're gonna answer: should drag performers do charity gigs? And then also we're gonna talk about what can and I think yes. I think it's kind of like a I'll wait till we get there. And then the other one is going to be talking about what new performers can expect when it comes to I'm new, now I want to get booked. And I feel like we might have covered that before on this show, but we're going to do it more in depth and talk about our three journeys because we're of three different generations and or places.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So which one first? Charity?
Let's do the charity one because I feel like we're not going to have much of a conflict on that topic.
I don't think they should.
Well, okay. So I think, honestly, sometimes charities take advantage of drag, right? And they're like, oh, and then they're making like $10,000 and they're like, exposure. And you're like, no. So, I mean, in that instance, or like there was this gig at a church that I was asked to do. And I was like, oh, cool. Is it free? And they were like, no, the church is making tickets.
Is it a spaghetti dinner?
I don't know.
Oh, because I heard about there's one that's at a church. It's a spaghetti dinner show.
Those words don't go
Spaghetti dinner
together.
and drag.
Spaghetti dinner, drag, and church. I'm like, none of those fit.
Clearly,
Bad.
it's fettuccine.
Jesus didn't like spaghetti.
Fettuccine and penne only. Spaghetti.
She's serving pasta. I meant to say pesto, but
They don't mention
Pesto and
pasta in the
pasta.
Bible.
I love pasta. I would be in a pasta. If they paid me in pasta, I would do a show about pasta.
Oh,
I've
I'm obsessed with pasta.
I've said
I
that
love
about
it.
cooking. If you do the show on the 14th, I will have a plate of pasta for you. And the Kava show.
Wash down my fava beans.
I think, what do you call that thing in math that goes like that? A bell curve? Yeah.
That's a smart person.
Okay,
because I
bell
don't
curve.
know.
So I think when you start doing drag, you probably...
I skipped senior math.
I think that's
Is
the
it-
other way.
The limit
Yeah.
does not exist.
I think
Imaginary numbers.
when you start drag, you take any gig you can. and that's kind of that can tie into the next topic. But and then you were like, oh, I want to get paid for this now, and then you're like, okay, but now I'm getting paid. I can afford to do the charity gigs again. I think maybe that's how some people do it.
It also depends on what you think is like charity work in a way. Like I will do like a youth event. I will do like a prom. I will do a Halloween show for free. And I look forward to doing it because it's just fulfilling and it's fun. Because when you do a show for, say, like teenagers, not necessarily for children, just for teenagers, like around like the 17, 16 that are a little bit too young for the clubs, even for the 18 over clubs, they just are so much less cynical and judgmental about your drag. They will take anything and they're happy to be there. Like they'll cheer for anything. So I'm like, it helps my ego a little bit too, but it is like, for me, it's like, yeah, I'll do it for free. Yeah, I'll do it because I know they'll like it. But if I'm doing a show at a private party somewhere, I'm like, if you're paying me, I'll do it. Otherwise, I feel a little bit uncomfortable. But with kids and teens, they'll be like, yes.
Yeah. I feel like there's also a difference between like a free show and a charity show. Because, you know, sometimes at the free shows, we get tipped the house down the boots by, you know, the audience. And that's great. And I love that. I feel like charity is like, okay, I did all this to make my tips. And now I'm going to give my tips up, you know, from the essence of my good heart. But I feel like it's really circumstantial because if you're in a position where you can afford to do like a gig and not keep any of the tips and not get paid, I feel like that's, you know, go for it. But I feel like some of us, especially those of us who really start out, it's like getting into drag that one night, you know, can mean a lot financially for us.
It's a lot of
like
resources.
I'm using makeup, I'm using my drag, my gas money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think probably like anything with charity, it probably depends a lot on how near and dear that charity is to your heart too. Like if it's like, oh, this is for, what do they have something at the co-op, the bicycles. So the Sacramento co-op, they have these little wooden tokens. And if you don't need a bag, they give you a wooden token and then you can put it in one of their charity boxes.
That's how Crossroads is too. Yeah.
And they have one for I think it's bicycles in Davis. And I was like, no one needs more bicycles in Davis.
I work in Davis. We do not need more bicycles in Davis. I'm sick and tired of the bicycle drivers in Davis.
Yes.
I do not mind sharing the road. I am all for sharing the road. Let's go green. Let's all get on bikes. Do not cut me off like you're a car because I will take you out with my car.
That's the blurb. That's the blurb on our show. Manny Petty threatens vehicular homicide. I
always just give all mine to like animal shelter ones.
That's what I usually do, like animals or like clean air. I'm like, we could all use that before they start charging for it. In this country. Okay, so I guess that's a wrap on charity.
I've done charity shows. Charity is over. Let's get rid of charity.
Oh, the church one. I was going to tell you about the church one. The church.
Charity's
so
canceled.
I found out that they wanted to pick your number, and you do it for free, and they were going to make money. And I was like, no, not for me. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, I'd have to know someone in that show very like closely for me. Like, I'll do it as a favor for you. Yeah. But like what you said, like it depends on like who is the one. Because I would never like shame someone for not doing a charity show. Whereas I think a lot of people, especially when like a lot of times in like areas like ours, before the blow up of Drag Race, there was like the imperial court systems, and all they do is charity. So like I think for a while it's like if you don't do those kind of things, you're kind of looked down upon because it's all just for charity. Because I don't really get that stuff. Like I don't understand the point of it other than the charity work. Because
court system?
Yeah, just because like it's like made up royalty stuff. And but it's like I just accepted that I don't get it and it's not for me, but it's their own thing. My roommate's part of it. They were like a big part. They were Scarlett was a
Grand Duchess.
Something, yeah. So I'm like
of Alameda.
Grand Poobah.
I know a lot of people who are into it, but I'm just like it's not for me. But I'll do like I've done a few events for them because they're always so nice to me. But I think early on it was kind of like, you need to do this because it's our duty to give back to our community or whatever.
No.
I haven't heard that in years, though.
It's like the Elks. You know the Elks like Lodge? You know the, I don't know, any of those. The Rotary Club, what else is like the Masons. Yeah, the Masons. any of these like charitable organizations, they exist to basically raise money for other charities. So like that's same. The court and the Elks are kind of the same. I liken them in case people know, but you don't. So it's pointless. Why am I going down that thread? The court like every year the Empress has like a couple of selected charities that she wants to, or Emperor and Empress. If there's just an Emperor, they select the charities that they want to kind of funnel money to, and so they raise money and kind of push it towards those charities, and it's really cool. And it does kind of. I don't know how much it helps the community though.
I just feel like
unless the charity is like, queer youth.
Yeah, I feel like, well, depending on also the region you're in, like for us, Stockton, like the only drag that there was before Eve's was the Imperial Court system. And because I had to help them, I did like a closet ball with them once. I was a sponsor for someone at a closet ball, and I helped them. And but I think there was a little bit of like a weirdness with us because like we kind of came out of nowhere and started a drag show, and then like, which I now, as like someone who's done drag for like over 10 years, I can understand like if I was doing something in a town like say for Stockton, and if someone brand new that I've never heard of started a show somewhere like lucrative and made a show out of it and then became the spotlight of drag, then I would feel that way. Because for me and Helen, it's like there is no drag scene in Stockton really outside of the Imperial Court system because there's just no one around. That's why like I think I like being in Stockton, because there's not so much rivalry and there's not so much saturation of artists. Like it's slim picking sometimes, but like there's not much drama amongst us because there's not many of us. There's not like we almost have like we have a lot of people in our cast, but like not all of them are going to be there, so we never like have to fight for spots to be in where we're at. And then Helen always invites people to do other shows in Stockton, but I'm always like, I can't, I'm working, and then she just find someone else.
We should cancel that show we were planning in Stockton.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
No. I see what you're saying, because like here there's just like last night was a Thursday night and there was just so much drama in every direction from the crowd, from in the cast, like with the staff. Like I was like, it's a fucking drag show. Y'all just have fun. Like we're doing a fun. It's fun. I looked amazing. And that's really all I care about. Is I looked great. I looked phenomenal. Yeah, but I mean, also it was a fun show, and it's just like, why drama? And like, obviously, up here with drag, we have lots of drama.
Yeah,
so.
it comes with the territory. Like the more people you put in a room, there's gonna be more heads being butted. So it's like it's hit or miss. Like it is kind of a hassle to drive all the way over here to do a lot of shows, but also it's like I like being disconnected from it because I don't get associated with a lot of drama. I still do, but not a lot.
And I think the court. To respond to like it's made up royalty and stuff, I think they can do some amazing things and raise some just outrageously good amount of money for charities that really benefit from it. But also, like you said, sometimes a lot of people in a room are full of drama, and it's like then they're fighting over like who's the prettiest princess, and it's like, oh,
it's me.
Look, I just turned 42. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. What?
Wow, these are really working.
It's the
these are
kava
great.
yeah,
Wow. No alcohol, and I'm seeing lights.
It's laced with LSD.
There should be a strobe light trigger warning on this label here.
No, it's the kava's not laced with LSD. I was joking.
But I do think that's interesting to have like that. Because that's kind of something that I think about, like about drag constantly. Because
it's a party in here.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots,
knee-high boots.
Because my best friend, my roommate, he's straight, so it's like a completely different world, and it's like I find myself, I was sitting on the couch with him the other day, and I was like watching football. And he was like telling me all these things, and I was like, "Is this how I sound when I talk about Drag Race with him?" And I was like, "It's so fascinating how each world works. It's like to us, we have like this kind of like RuPaul and like the Boulets and just all these different people we could all talk about. None of those people exist in his world. It's all made up in his world. This is the made up world, and we're like, that's crazy. You watch people tackle each other for a ball. That's That's recess.
Yeah, people get paid. They make a living
millions
off playing a game.
Millions, yeah.
Playing a game. And it's like, I get it. Like, I wish I was into sports because my parents and my dad love sports and everything. But like, for me, I'm just like, it just does not mesh in my brain. And it's funny because I was thinking about, like, we have things like drag because like there wasn't a space for people like us to do things like that.
Right.
Because for a long time, I don't think there were queer people in sports, and they're still trying to fight trans people to not be in sports. So it's like, well, shit, can we have something? So it's like, okay, well, this is in the queer community. Like, I'm generalizing, but in like the femme and like even like the ballroom community and stuff, like they would always compare like the balls to like their sports events because that's like the only thing they had, because they weren't allowed to have anything else because they would get, ridiculed, murdered, attacked just for existing. So it's funny how like they'll look at us doing Drag Race or doing what we do. It's like, yeah, we dress up as like, either a different gender or different, species sometimes. Yeah. and we look kind of crazy. I'm like, yeah, but y'all like, throw around a pigskin and tackle each other, and y'all wear jerseys in your living rooms and cheer like you're gonna help them, and so it's like it's the same thing. And it's like, but we don't have ESPN, we don't have all these, like, there are channels dedicated to just talking about what sport just happened.
Right.
Well, I mean, we're trending that way with drag, right? Like,
Definitely.
Television is dead. We have streaming services now,
and I think that's where a lot of it is. But there are like Deja's show about breaking down Drag Race, and there's so many different. If those shows were compiled into one channel that streamed, you would basically have an ESPN. And
I think there is one channel on some platform that has all Drag Race stuff. It's not World of Wonder. It's like I think it's like a satellite or like
Logo.
No, there's one like provider that has like all Drag Race content.
Really?
I think I could be making that up.
And I just want to
Hulu
say
did
that, like,
for a
for the
while.
longest time, and at most of the time, the only person I can talk sports with is Becca at shows. We can talk football, wisely. I can help you with your roommate. I can translate.
Oh no, I'm fully fluent now. I
Oh,
love
good.
soccer, so I've always watched soccer. So watching, we're currently on football. Baseball just ended.
Correct.
So
Baseball I get. Football I can't get into.
Wouldn't
too many quarters, too long.
Yeah,
There's only four.
quarterback.
I know.
There's 9
There's
innings.
too many for me. And they can go longer than that if they tie.
Right.
But I just I can understand baseball a bit better.
Baseball is life. Baseball is a metaphor for life. Football is a metaphor for war.
I just fully understood that.
I didn't make that up.
the
George
extent
Carlin
of
said that, but it's
tackling.
very true.
Like, I
Well,
always
my
thought there was like rules. No, it's just like you just tackled a person.
There are rules.
Well, no, there are rules, but like
Yeah.
I saw someone like grab someone and pull them down. And I was like, can he do that? And he
Oh,
was
yeah,
like,
totally.
Yeah, he can do
You
that. And I
can't
was
grab
like,
their-
wait, what?
You can't grab their face mask.
It's crazy in basketball. Like if you move when you're not supposed to move, like, and if you travel, if you
Yeah.
don't bounce the ball, and it's like it's really crazy. It's like the more like the simpler, like the simplistic the game is, and there's so much more intricacies, like tennis, like using it's just like
Yeah.
Pong, but like there's a lot of things they can't do apparently. But I'm
Right.
just like,
What I want to see, okay, as the girl that does drag and also loves sports, the only thing that we've talked about that I'm like, I need more of that is I want people coming to shows dressed as their favorite drag performer.
well, they do like
That's what I'm fucking. I want people wearing our uniforms to support us. I want all. What do you call your fans?
press-ons.
Yeah, the press-ons.
I want the press-ons to show up. I want the press-ons to show up with boas. I want the minimum.
I want the foam hands and
Yes.
foam feet.
Yeah, minimum.
Well, what do you
minimum
think?
boa.
Funny, don't do that.
What do you call your fans?
I don't have any, but I'm like, it's
I'm a fan.
funny enough. Like that's a joke, but people show up wearing our merch,
Right, yeah.
to cheer us,
Like it's our
specifically
jersey,
on,
yeah.
and it's like
No,
that's
that
what
they
they're
do.
doing.
That-
That's
I mean,
like,
it
that's
is the
their
same.
sports-
That is the same.
On
that's their
social media,
sports
they'll
event.
tag us.
I just thought
They're
it'd be
at, like,
funny
Whole
if
Foods.
people start showing up in
like their
hair
face
that needs to be
painted
brushed.
half lashed, half lipstick.
Half bijou, half
Yeah.
Manny. It looked like the
They're,
same
they're like
face.
shirtless, but they had like painted like M.A. and then they're all like making the letter.
And I will say, like the competition shows that we've had in Sacramento, like this I'm gonna say rash because I hate competition shows myself, but like this rash of competition shows that we've had the last couple of years since COVID feels very much sports event, And even like when I'm hosting like the finale of Drag Race, like that shit's gay Super Bowl. Like they're like, Suzette, don't, and I'm like, talk a lot. I got it. It's fine. Like keep the show going. Just let them watch the show. Thank you. I'm not stupid.
I kind of feel like drag. This is such a tangent from charity, by the way. But I feel like Drag Race it's more like the Hunger Games. I feel like
It's nowadays it's very Hunger Games
because it's like it's not real. It's like it's produced. But we know it's fake. But then we still treat it like it's real things.
We get enraged at the television.
Okay.
I was just screaming at
like
the
I
television
haven't watched
today.
Drag Race since like season as a fan I haven't watched it since like season probably 11 maybe. Because it's like I saw behind the curtain, and it's just like I know it's not real, and I've heard really bad stuff from people that I admire. That I'm like, I just can't look at that show and think of the way I used to worship that show, and like dedicated my life to wanting to be on that show. It's just crazy now that I'm like, why did I even like think that way?
Okay, but you don't sound very different than a football player who played like high school, maybe a little bit of college, and then was like, oh, no pension plans when you blow out your knee in the NFL. I can't believe I used to want to play in the NFL.
Well, it's kind of.
I'm not wrong.
What is wrong with this country?
We're weird.
Oh, this country? We don't have enough time.
This world.
At some point, Jesse needs to go home. We don't have enough time to talk about what's wrong with this country. But no, I think it's interesting, right? Because that's why sports actually, like, I love sports because it's like the purest drama, you know? Like, it's not scripted. I mean, people are going to have a lot of things to say about officiating. And, well, that's not a sport.
That
like,
doesn't count.
That's not a sport. But I'm talking
That's
like
like us watching Drag Race and getting mad every time something happens.
any playoffs, like NFL playoffs, baseball playoffs, basketball playoffs, like the tension is so fucking thick. Like it's maddening.
It's just crazy because it's enough like, years off of mine.
It's like I don't know. It's such a strange thing because I'm like you really don't. I respect it as like an entertainment, and it is like. It's like one of the most like oldest forms of entertainment, you know, like
prostitution is.
Oh well, the oldest profession.
I practice the oldest profession in the book. You heard it here first.
You know, if there was a competitive sport for turning for tricks, yeah, I think people would watch that in a Coliseum.
Ugh, so fierce. What oh my gosh, take me to Athens.
Did you say
Greece.
Coliseum or Cinemax?
I'll call it both.
Okay.
AD.
What are you saying?
I think
over
the
there?
Kava got to Manny.
I said, oh god. Oh gosh, take me to Greece, Athens, BC. No, AD.
Mamma mia.
I think we should. I want to do that with you guys. I want to watch
sports,
like a high stakes playoff game with you guys.
See, I'll get into it. I'll start calling.
Yeah. Oh,
that
absolutely.
don't
No, we're not
exist.
just.
Yeah, no.
This is everything I do is filmed.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, like player number 10 totally ate that touchdown.
Well, it's funny too because
10 left, no crumbs, no crumbs on the field.
You'll like listen to the announcers of the games and like whether it's like baseball where they're in your head or like NFL where they like pull out and like you can talk to them. They'll like sit there and read the players and read each other when they have a difference of opinion, and I'm like, yes, come on, girl, get fierce.
I do. Well, the one thing this is my last thing. I really don't get when people just randomly pick what team they want to like follow. Like, I'll definitely understand when people are from a city because for some reason they think that city is being represented. So they think like, oh, if this is like, I don't know, like if I'm from the Bay Area and my team is the 49ers or whatever, are they still from the Bay Area?
Yes, they're in Santa Clara.
For example, like they represent me. Therefore, if they win, I win, and I'm better than you because I'm from that area too, and I had some kind of force over them, you know. So it's like it's weird. But then some people are like, oh, my favorite team is the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, that's a lot of people. So
but why is it just? I mean, do you think
because they were good?
Because
oh my god! So if you're a fan of it's funny because I saw a meme the other day and it was like, what did it say? The Cowboys are 0-3. The Yankees are going to miss the playoffs. It's a bad year for Lakers fans. And that's funny because those are the three teams that like all the front runners is what you call them. Like front runner fans just choose those three teams. I think that there's this huge matter of civic pride, right? And so like being from Pittsburgh, especially being from Pittsburgh, all of our teams are black and yellow. And so like it's not that I have some force over my teams winning or not, but it's like they represent Pittsburgh. You know, and so it's when they win, it's like yes, and then you grow up watching. It'd be like imagine like but imagine like 60 years from now, and like you get back into Drag Race, right? Mm-hmm. And you have a kid, and like imagine there were families, right? Because the same drag queens are going to perform for 60 years, but like I'm trying to pick a family that's not like Raven has a family, right? And like you and your offspring like watch Raven compete in all the drag race. Raven's lineage compete.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Well, they almost felt like the Davenports and the O'Haras.
oh, for
almost,
sure.
Yeah, almost.
For sure.
Yeah.
Or like what if drag queens represented their city, you know? And like it's kind of like that with Drag Race. Like when somebody is from California, we're like, yeah, we want them to do well. Oh no, this is glued to my, okay, there we go. It's like I'm gonna pull it off my eye. But I got distracted by my eyelash. But you know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah, it's crazy how like in Drag Race, it's what they're on their 16th season, not including like all the All-Stars
of Drag Race proper.
Yeah, and not including all the other countries. But like, it's funny how like we've only had like a few people from different random like, you know, bumfuck areas of the country. Like we've only had the ones. Well, I guess if you count Lady Camden, she kind of was representing Sacramento a little bit.
I'm not gonna get into that. I'll let Lady Camden can come on and talk about that.
Yeah, but she like
United
if you
Kingdom of
count her,
Sacramento.
like that was only like what 2 Central Valley queens ever.
Right. Well, I mean, I remember when Rock'em Sakura got on, and everyone was like, "Yes, California, Northern California." Like, you know,
when Honey Mahogany got on,
right?
Yeah,
right.
And that was a big deal. And then, but it's like, yeah, we got one.
And then
But you think because San Francisco is such a legendary drag place,
you think there would be more?
Do you think there'd be even like bad ones are there? But it's like there's this. But also a lot of times I'm like maybe they're not auditioning because not everyone wants to be on Drag Race.
I just fear who's gonna be the first local, like Sacramento, like actually performs in Sacramento a lot and currently up until the time that they're on Drag Race. Because well, look, I hope it is. I hope it is you. Because what I don't want is I don't want it to be someone that hates me and then like says something bad about me, and then I have 18 million Twitter people like telling me that I'm a terrible person.
Death threats.
I'm like that's what I say. I'm so scared of that, and I'm like, please let it be you. I'll give you more kava.
I will take more kava.
Mm-hmm.
I think she did. You're not Mike. Do you want me to repeat it, or do you want to? Okay. Our audience member Becca said that for a couple years she said Deja was going to be the one to get on and handle it the best. I absolutely agree. I think I'll never be on it, but I think I wouldn't like use it as a platform to promote hate at all. Like I think that's so bad. When
I
people
would.
do that.
I would. I hate you all.
Like they're bike riders in Davis.
Yes.
Yes. It's all Manny sees when Manny looks out at a crowd.
Well, it's funny how obviously like you can kind of tell now like they're like we're contractually obligated to maintain a social media presence, because for me I was like it would be so easy if you got caught up in that, just don't go on, just delete your Instagram, and what are they gonna do, like what are they gonna say about you, like, but I'm pretty sure they're like you have to have an Instagram, you have to put when they announced
especially
Dragula
in the day of social media.
Yeah. When they announced Dragula, I was just like looking at all the cast members because I didn't know any of them except for the Chinese one. I don't know her name, but I've seen her because she's one of like Doja Cat's friends. And I was like, I root for anyone Asian, so I was like, I'm gonna follow her and post her on my story. But I was looking at all of them because I had never really seen most of them, and I was looking at their Instagram bios, and it already said like star of season 5 Dragula, and I'm like, that's kind of a big thing to say. And then went to someone else's like star of season 5 Dragula streaming on Shudder October 31st, and I was like, oh, that sucks. They have to do that. Like, you know, they're like put that on your social media, post this.
Well, if you think that's bold, you should check out some local Instagrams of such and such official, and it says like star of whatever show that they've been in twice.
You're talking about?
I'm not talking about anyone specific.
I have in my bio that I'm the self-proclaimed Cali Uchis of Sacramento. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that. I like that. I'm going to introduce you as that from now on.
Thank you.
Do you want me to say self-proclaimed, or do you want me to just say the Cali Uchi of Sacramento?
Whatever makes you feel better.
Okay. We're having kava before every show from now on. All right. I think we covered Charity.
Do y'all have any questions about Charity?
after the 75-minute talk about Drag Race and
what is
sports.
Charity? Who is Charity, and why is she such a bitch? Who is Charity? You know Charity Case? I hate
What
that girl.
season was she on?
I don't.
I'm sure there's a girl named Charity Case, right?
Yeah. She was just on season.
Oh, literally, she's
4
on-
of Drag Race UK.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, 3.
I don't know who keeps tracking them.
Not me.
Yeah. Okay. Charity questions.
Spare questions.
Why? She'd have charity questions?
Spare questions.
She'd have strong opinions about Charity. I don't know. She performs with me every week. So.
Who?
Helen.
Oh, wait, is she coming or no?
She's the charity.
Liar. This would be her charity work if she came to our show.
Okay, so when you're a new performer, and you started 16 years?
It was 20. Well, performing. I'll say that I started performing in 2012, April 7th.
When did you start doing painting and stuff?
2011. About
Okay.
a year, mildly. I barely had my face together a few months before I went out because I didn't even go out in public and drag until I had my face together. And also I wasn't 21 yet until 2012.
I was like 2020. Wow. Okay.
I was
That's
like,
why
"There's
she didn't
no way I'm
drive.
older than you.
Yeah,
Sister.
20. Yeah, because I'm thinking because I started my YouTube channel in 2011, and I was 20 because I'm a December baby, so my birthday's late in the year. So I had to remember I was 20 because I got makeup for my birthday that previous month, so I started in January, and then I was I did a UOP, University Pacific in Stockton has a student run show, so it's an all ages show. So I did that first, and I did Stockton Pride.
Is it charity?
No, actually, I don't think it was. I think it was
You
just
got paid?
No, no, it was.
Oh, it's just
it was just an entertainment thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Like
think I
an
didn't get
open
paid,
mic.
and it wasn't even a tip thing because it was one of those things they didn't really know what the culture was for that yet. I mean, again, this was in 2012, so
there was no culture.
Yeah, it was season 4-ish, around season 4 Drag Race, so it started getting more mainstream. But season 4 just ended. I think that weekend I started because I remember I watched the finale the following Sunday or something.
I just said there was no culture. There was culture since the ballrooms. It wasn't here yet. I don't want people to be like, she doesn't know history. Okay, so 11 years, 12 years.
11 years, yeah, if you count. Yeah.
The painting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you started.
I actually I started around season 4 of Drag Race. I was clicking through the
Same.
channels one day and I saw reruns of season 3 and I was like, oh, I love her outfit. And then I was like, oh, she's got a deep voice. And I said, oh, Michelle looks so good. Just kidding. No, yeah, I started playing around with makeup that summer. And then I think I went out for my first time my freshman year of high school in drag. Yeah. We came from a small town. There was no shocker when I was gay. There was no shocker when I was also a cross-dresser. We just let me be the theater kid.
I was gonna say you're a theater kid. Did you do draggy roles?
That would be my first, I'd say, drag performance. I came up in the theater scene. I worked with a theater company and they produce a lot of their own stuff. They write everything. It's
okay.
black box. They're in complete control of the stuff that they do. And due to certain events that had happened politically, the world was kind of in shambles, and we decided to make our own satire. And so they had come to me and they were like, wouldn't it be so funny if you played the first lady but in drag? And I did. I played her, and I played the hell out of her. Okay.
Oh, are we talking about Melania?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, how old are you again? I was like, well, who was the first lady? Because it wasn't Michelle Obama.
It wouldn't have been funny.
Wouldn't it be funny if you did blackface, Manny?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Actually, Manny's much older.
Let's
Hillary.
pull up those pictures.
Yeah,
Look at that.
It was Hillary.
I was Hillary.
It was 1990.
It was Barbara.
1997.
It was Barbara.
I was Mary Todd Lincoln.
I love that joke, and somebody's like, "Who's that?" But I love that joke.
But yeah, so I would, that's 2016. I would say it's my first time on stage in drag. But I had gone to school fully every year in high school, and even some of college. I went in drag on Halloween.
But only Halloween. You weren't attending class.
Well, see, we didn't have drag where I was from. Seeing everything on Drag Race was a whole complete concept to us. I used to watch Katana's videos. I'm a very big fan of Katana. Okay, so every time Katana tells you she doesn't have fans, she has at least one. But yeah, see, exactly. But
I was me too.
Yeah, I remember we had no.
Well, she was a
culture.
Boy Brushes fan. That's different.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we had no culture. We didn't really talk about it. The only experience we really had were the pageant girls on the pageant scene. So a lot of what I learned initially in drag is very pageant. I try not to follow too much of that these days. I got rid of my bumpets did make my head look a little weird. But
that was like your signature thing for a minute, though.
Yeah. Well, I needed volume. I never liked having like super flat wigs, but I was in no condition to like afford or take care of a human wig, so I needed to give it volume. But like synthetics, it's one tease and it's a rat's nest. That's a different tangent. But yeah, we didn't have like really any culture, so it was like watching videos when you could, and it's like, you remember how scarce drag videos were. It was like searching the dark web for a video where you could like learn to put makeup on. There was like 4 videos, I think, when we started.
When I started, there was I could count on my hand. There was, and a lot of them were Misties. There was Misty Eyes from Florida, Misty Maven, which is like Peter Lute. He was like a Mac boy on YouTube. He was doing like makeup in general, but he also did a few drag ones. But it was like pretty drag, so it was like, oh, this is different, and like it had like step by step stuff, like covering your eyebrows and stuff like that. And then there was this one person that I have no idea who they are or where they are now, Misty Valley Paramount, which is this girl. She was kind of like a Chanel type girl, and she talked very properly on camera. But I mean, looking back, it was kind of like basic makeup, but it looked pretty at the time for its time. It was pretty advanced stuff. And then there's like another one. There was also like this like old like 50-year-old drag queen transformation that was like a speed run one.
And have like the voiceover.
I don't
like,
know. It was
girl.
Southern. Yeah. That one I didn't really watch because I was like, well, I don't want to look like that. But
yeah.
So okay. So but when you started in Stockton, you started performing in like 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then when did you start performing?
Theater-wise, 2016, but like I would say, I mean, shortly before I moved, so was when, because we
in drag shows,
we had gotten like our first drag show, like they trickled in like end of 2019, early 2020. Pandemic happened, and then the pandemic went away, and now we have drag shows everywhere. So I would say like 2020.
Okay, so then I would say, because I was like, oh, maybe we're only 2 generations up here, because I started in 2017, and I think it's really interesting. Like for me, looking back, there aren't a lot of people performing with regularity that started around the time that I did. I think it's, if I'm correct, I think it's just me and Yaya, but otherwise, like a lot of people started before us, like the Apples and Tillys and Mays and Mercs, and a lot of people started after us here. And there are people that started that do perform, just not as often or as regular or as out there. But so that would make us 3 different generations, like 2012, 2017, 2020. That feels like 3 different generations of Sacramento drag, or Sac Stockton.
It's just the way that technology and social media and then COVID happening, like everything has changed so much so quickly.
Yeah. That's why I think there's a difference. We do not feel we're of the same generation, even though it's 3 years apart. Like
it's social media kind of took over quickly overnight. Because I remember when we first started, like, Georges and I used to follow each other. I know what Georges' original drag name is. But it's like seeing the way that social media was just like, oh, maybe we'll follow each other on Instagram, to where it's like, okay, now like that's almost like what you do before you even meet. It's like, oh, I follow you on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. I acknowledge your existence before.
Yeah.
So when you were new in Stockton, like in 2012, that's when you and Helen started the show.
Yes. So I was a dancer before, so I was performing before that. But then that's why I met Helen. Well, Jonathan, because Helen was around for another year and a half. But
Jonathan Flats.
So there was no other shows, because there was like the annual drag show at UOP, and then there was Stockton Pride, which was the first year they had it, and I did it the first year it started, and that was like my first like out in public, because like UOP is not like public. It was open to whoever wanted to come, but like you had to like really drive into UOP and then park in the parking lot, and like it's on campus, so you're not exposed to like people on the street or whatever. But then Stockton Pride was at a park, so that was pretty much out in the open. And then I did like maybe 1 or 2 gigs because I had turned 21 that winter. And then Helen would take me to like Modesto. I got booked to do this club. It was called, I don't even remember what it was called. It was right across the street from the movie theater, and it was like Club something, like 47 or something. It was some random, it didn't last long. I did a Valentine's Day show, and I did another show, and there's like no one there. It was me and Malay Balenciaga and someone else, and like Malay was like the named like special guest. And
The
it was, like-
attraction.
yeah, and then no one was even there to see it, and I was like, okay, well, it's on YouTube. You can see the whole thing. Like my drag debut and club is like it's on YouTube. I think that show was a little bit more crowded, but yeah. And then we would drive home, and it was just like, dang, this is annoying. Like I'm gonna drive all the way to Modesto just to do like these gigs, and then Helen had known the owner of Paradise, and then she was like, well, maybe I can organize like a show, and we can do it there, and then. We had a few like mutual friends that did like drag just like we used to just dress up and go to the club and then just walk around and dance. And then we're like, we can do a show. There's 4 of us. That's plenty of people to do a show.
That's a dinner show.
Yeah. And then so, huh? Yay.
Oh, good. I'll save all my jokes.
And no, say them now so she can't hear them.
They're about her.
And then it came down to like, why don't we just do it ourselves? And I had no hosting experience. Helen is just a lot more because she had like teach dance. She's public speaking. So Jonathan at the time like was a lot more of like the business. Like I'll talk on the microphone, and I was just like kind of what I do now, really. But I just kind of stood there on stage. It was kind of like a late night talk show because the DJ booth used to be off stage. So like I would be on stage, and then Jonathan would be in the DJ booth, and he would be like I don't know, like the DJ, and
He
I
was
was
your
like the
Ed
talk
Sullivan.
show.
He was your Roots.
He was my Roots, yeah. Yeah, so we would just kind of talk back and forth about it, and then a year later, Helen was born, and then so we started doing it together.
So okay, so you started in a place where, like you said, the court was the only on-scene drag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
so
I literally did a closet ball at Paradise.
So you can like when you do that as a performer, and there's no scene, you can kind of develop the scene. And you can expect to be booked because your show's the only show, so there's not like much fight, I guess, to get in.
Huh?
It's what?
Yeah, it's
right.
Like, it's like a tip spot. But then
I get that. But I'm saying
we have a little bit of a budget now, but like that's always like the hardest part. It's like, yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere, and also it's not a paid gig unless you get a lot of tips, and then or if we have enough people, we can split the bucket between the 3 of us or 5 of us, whatever. Like me and Helen get like a small like DJ budget, but then we split it. If there's little enough of us, we'll just split it between all of us. It's like $20 each, so I'm like that's something. But it's funny because like because I was very new when it comes to like the subject of like what new performers can expect, which we're gonna get into a little bit later. Is like I didn't know how to navigate the networking part of drag because I was just like I was being told like, oh, you're really pretty, you should do my show. If you have a show, will you do it? I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Like saying yes and I don't know to people who I'm like, they're not going to have one or whatever. And then cut to like a year later, me and Helen starting our own show. And then people being like, oh, well, I asked you to be in my show, but then no one said like, but now you're going to do a show. There was a little bit of a backlash.
Book for book.
Well, no, like there was supposed to be like there was talks of a show going to happen at Paradise at the time that never came to be. But then me and Helen, I guess Helen mostly did the work to make it happen. And then there was kind of like, oh well, we were supposed to have a show there, and now you're gonna have a show there or whatever. And like,
okay,
no one told me, no one said anything. It's one of those like if you're not gonna shit on like if you're not shitting it off the pot kind of thing. Is that the phrase? Yeah, and like they're on the pot and no one was shitting, so I was like, I have to shit. So you
and
know,
thus the origin story.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And when you started, you said you started in Santa Rosa like 2020, but you only had the one show.
Yeah, and we had like a yearly brunch. Like it was like a yearly brunch.
Fuck
so
me.
You know nobody was like getting into that. That was
That's a set cast.
Yeah. That was a set cast. And I mean they had like drag queen bingo, but of course it was only one in the entire area. Yeah, it was a set, queen, and people would always be like, "Oh, you should just go," and I'm like, "It's not how it works." But thank you.
Oh, I know my dad. For the
Yeah.
longest time, my dad's been like, "Why don't you move to New York?" And I'm like, "I don't know, Dad. All my shows are in Sacramento." And he's like, "Well, you started a drag brunch in Sacramento. You can probably start one in New York." And I was like, "Sweet baby." They don't need one in New York.
Yeah.
Like,
I know my dad was like, "You should bring your show to Vegas." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're in a dire need of drag shows in Vegas."
okay, but
Fuck RuPaul's Drag Race Live. Let's go watch the Eves of
I
Paradise
do want
does Vegas.
I do want to bring my queens in comedy around because I'm like, there's nothing like that. So I want to. I have plans to bring it to like Vegas, New York. But like, when it's just a normal drag show, it's like no, they're good. Like I did hear at one point New Orleans had no drag brunches, and I stupidly believed it, and That's not true. Yeah, but at the time I was like, do they not? Okay.
Suzette
No
was about to
brunches, you
move to
say.
New Orleans.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
bon
look.
temps voulez, or whatever they say over there. Do you ever like go to restaurants and be like, what if we had, or I think it's a common drag, like, oh, drag show at this place when, like a random venue.
Do I?
Like, do you ever make a joke where like,
serial producer Suzette Vanetti, do I walk into a
Like-
place and
like-
say, what about a drag show here? Yeah.
someone's shooting off things and they're shooting over here.
No, that's just my excitement about starting a new drag show.
No, like I remember like that pea soup house going halfway to LA.
Oh, in Anderson's?
Yeah, like drag show at the Anderson's pea soup when.
Right. No, I mean, well, look, I mean,
gonna do the pee tonight?
Immediately I was like, let's do
No
a
exorcist
Kava themed
numbers
drag
here.
show. You know, like I do. And I think when I started, like, so I was the only one of the three of us that started in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
The drag scene, and we've talked about this on the show, but it was crazy different than it is now. Like there was Faces, there was every third Friday, the Fridays Are Drag. There was a Sunday showcase that had 4 set casts. I remember we talked about it 'cause Helen talked about it, and that was it. And Monday nights, and that was nice that Monday nights existed because that's where like you could go if you were a new performer. There was a place to go. And depending on how good or not you were, then you could advance from there. But that's, you know, it was very kind of congested, I'll say, the getting gigs. And I had no expectations of getting gigs, like none. And I was lucky to get, like, Apple booked me for a Sunday showcase that I should not have been in. And, like, I was lucky to get that. And that was pretty much it. And that's why I started making my own places, because I was like, well, I want to perform. And I don't want to just do it on Mondays. So I started making my own shows. But I never had this expectation of like, okay, I'm here, book me. What was it like for you when you guys like entered the Sacramento scene?
Well, I was very fortunate because there were a few people who knew me from YouTube, like Mia Ho. So like they would be like, oh, like come out and well, actually, Helen knew they had some mutual friends, some people in Sacramento from Mangoes and like the Diamonds and stuff. So they had like a little caravan. They all like did like a party bus over here to Paradise to watch us, which was very like nerve-wracking at the time because we had no like, you know, there's like no drag standards. So like we were not really that, I was like, oh, we got actual drag queens coming to watch us. That's really stressful. And then I met them and they were really nice to me. Adriana Diamond and Tatiana were really nice to me. And they would book me in their show at Faces whenever that was. I was here and there like once every few months. It was rare. It was like an event when I went. So, but again, like Mia Ho knew me. The Diamonds knew me. I also did like a Miss Faces pageant, which sounds funny thinking about it now.
So this is like 2015?
2013.
2013.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I even remember being at Mango's and meeting a young Mercury before Mercury was born. But she acted the exact same way, just not in drag.
Well, her mixes were a little bit different, I heard.
Well, it was before she even did drag.
Oh, it was before she did drag.
She was like, I'm a stylist at BCBG or something. I don't know. I don't know, or something. I think, and I was like, okay, that girl was kind of weird, or that person was kind of weird. Cut to be like, and I was like, wait, that was Mercury, and I was like, that skinny tall person was Mercury the whole time, and I didn't even put those two and two together.
Scooby Doo, like take off the mask. And it was Mercury the whole time. Okay, so what was it for you when you entered the Sacramento scene?
I don't think I had the conventional mind frame. Because when I moved to Sacramento, it was very intentional. I wanted to be nobody. I had a really long acting career back home. And at such a young age, it was like, you know, I had reached peak. I had done the best theater that you can do there. I was the headliner for the show, and I was like, okay, I need to go somewhere and be nobody again. I want nobody to know what I can do. I want nobody to believe that I'm a good performer. I want to show them. And my intention wasn't necessarily drag. I had always loved doing drag, but like I said, in Santa Rosa, there's just no opportunities to do drag. So that's not really something I ever thought about. That was more of like an event type thing, you know, Halloween, you know, if I wanted to pull up to a costume party, you know, in drag.
Did you know it existed like it does other places?
No.
So then you got to Sacramento, you were like, holy, like it was like going through the Looking Glass.
I had just stumbled on a Friday into Badlands. It was like, I was like, okay, well, I need to like.
Who was hosting?
The only reason we went out was because
Was it pandemic Pet Friday?
No. It was like fresh 2021.
Make room for
Okay,
the-
so this
the-
was like back inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah. This was like, I would say November, December of 2021.
Oh.
You know what? It was Helen. Helen
she
was
was.
the host.
Helen was the host.
She was the host. Because I was like, I want like a queer friendly like friend group. We don't have like too many queer spaces back home. Well, we
And then
do
you found
now.
Helen.
They got like all kinds of fun queer shit now that I'm gone. Everybody has a fucking
Because you
drag
left.
show.
You left a vacuum.
The doors you've opened.
Well, honestly,
They were like that person that always was out in drag on Halloween's gone. What do we do?
Yeah, I would. You know what? Honestly, the girls were jealous when I came back after spending a little bit of time with Bijou Bentley. I was like, yeah, you see this? This is an ostrich feather.
See this one feather?
But
There's a who living on it.
I had like.
I don't know why mine went Dr. Seuss there. I don't know why.
I don't know either, but I loved it. I'm not mad about it.
We were just there, and they were like, oh, there's a drag show starting, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so I was like, I love drag. You know, I'm a drag queen, and I was like, I watched the show, and I was like, wait a minute, no, hold on, like these girls are doing it.
Wait, this
Like,
was in Santa Rosa or here?
Here, this was
Oh, so you were
here.
at Badlands.
I was at Badlands.
And Helen gets on the mic
Helen
and
was
she's
on the
like,
mic.
we got a drag
and
show starting.
She was bullying me. Actually, Helen was bullying me.
Believable.
I had an opinion, and Helen, unfortunately, still ridden with COVID, had no taste. So
she's like, okay.
Helen Heels is in the crowd. You can't hear her. She's saying, tell them why. Tell them why.
If there's one
Say
thing
their
about
name.
me, I'm going to watch Drag Race for the fashion and the fashion only, okay? Orion's story had come out in a garment that looked great. I loved it. I would have given it some money. The audience didn't like it because they didn't like her, okay? You tasteless weenies.
Can you
didn't
pull up
like
the
her.
look? Can you pull up the look? I want to see.
I don't even remember what look it is. Helen swore that this was my homegirl I was going to battle for. I said she looked good.
She commented my TikTok once.
Yeah, Helen, sometimes you like what I wear, but that doesn't mean you like me. We heard.
It's like, remember old school Tooted or Booty when they had like the faces
She said that
blocked
means
out?
I don't have taste, and then we all
It is a
laughed.
different perspective to judge someone's like visual based on not knowing who they are. It's just like, you know, any artist, like, I think if everyone knew all about us, they'd probably have different opinions of us. But I mean, they probably like me better. But you know, like, it's funny because I don't know where I was going with that thought.
Okay, so
this kava is not good for my brain cells.
What?
The kava.
The kava? It does make you think a little bit slower.
Is it bad to mix it with White Claw?
No,
White
you
kava.
You can mix kava and alcohol.
It's natural.
Oh, it's
It's
natural.
a root.
It's a root.
Learned that
yeah.
today.
What was I saying?
So we were talking about coming into.
Oh
the
yeah.
So,
So it's I was gonna say, like, it's funny how people like oh, I know them, so I hate them, and I hate the garment, and I hate their
the
art.
garment.
Yeah.
Okay,
no.
so then you went from there
So,
to being
well,
booked.
I had seen that, and then Danny had conveniently like started like talking to Bijou,
Your partner.
and my partner for the studio audience. There's a lot.
Well,
of
there's
you out
people
there.
watching, maybe.
But he had started talking to Bijou, and Bijou was like, well, why don't you guys come out to the show sometime? And we went out to the show, and then she had told me about Mondays, and she was like, you should really get in on a Monday. So I started showing up in drag to FTLP. That's what I did. I showed up in drag. I did not expect a booking. I simply wanted to pay respect to the show runners, introduce myself, and I did. I had $2 to my name, and I gave them to Apple and Clive.
Because they weren't on bikes. God forbid had they been on bikes.
I had to push them off.
She would have driven into Badlands.
Driven through.
Drag
Badlands.
show on bikes when?
You know what?
You know, like those like pedaling carts. Yeah. Imagine if we just in the middle of one just doing a
No.
drag show, like
That's my
sitting
line.
down, just
That's my
sitting
line.
down.
Nope. I hate those things. I hope they crash into each other and blow up. I'm never gonna do a show on one of those things. They should go to hell.
We'll do
the
it,
brew
Katana.
boats, though. Mhm.
It's like paddle boats.
No, I think that's a dumb. I don't drink beer, but like if I did, the last thing I'd want to do with a like stomach full of beer is like pedal my life away to like Cardi B. Like,
Yeah.
no.
That sounds like a great time to me.
Oh, that sounds awful. I'm surprised I don't
It's
have
an
them in
Orinoco
Davis.
flows like sail away, sail
Oh,
away.
that'd be funny. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. But when
Yeah.
they go down the street doing the song that I'm doing later at the club, I'm like, fuck you. Okay. Yeah, so Mondays.
Yes. So I went out Mondays. I did, I think, 2 Mondays, and then I got my first Sunday. And then I just been applying myself. Like, go out, meet the people, don't be a cunt.
But you had no expectations.
I had no expectations. The expectation was meeting people, finding out how I can get to be able to perform. Okay, do my tip spots. Okay, how can I show more to put me in like other shows? And then before that, I did a lot of tip spots when I first started, like here in the scene, and I was like completely okay with that because I was like, okay, well, it's exposure, it's my name. And then at some point I was working so much, the tip spot stopped, the paid gigs came in, and I was able to start like navigating like, okay, a drag schedule, a 9 to 5, and kind of build myself to where I am now, where I'm comfortable saying no to things. Because my first year here, I didn't say no. That was like my one goal, was like, don't say no. This is my year of saying yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I did. This is my year of saying
Say
yes. But that was my expectation. I didn't
when the titles
I
in the
expected
movie.
to get nothing, maybe.
You know, I was laughing about like if they had redone the show for our initials, it'd be KYS. No, KMS. Some dark humor for y'all. Do you get it?
No.
You know, because we're so funny.
Yeah.
I'm canceled now. I'm a new
okay.
performer. I'm a new on the scene.
So yeah, and I definitely like no expectations, you know, and I didn't think about the fact that I was showing up at shows in drag. That wasn't my intention. I was literally like out on the street corner like handing out flyers, and I guess that was that. I remember seeing a show like a Friday and being like, oh my god, I long for the day that I can like do that, and which still feels sacrilegious that I was like watching Taryn host a Friday and I was like, I want to do that, like, because back then that was ridiculous, like nobody did that but Taryn. So I don't know, but so you had no expectations in the Sacramento scene. You just kind of got to start performing, and you took it.
Helen definitely like held my hand through that and kind of like did the speaking for me. Kind of sometimes she would have to say yes for me because it was like, oh, I don't know if I can drive. I don't have a ride. And
what a good Judy.
Yeah, Helen did all that. She was my like entourage kind of.
Okay, so now you book a show in Sacramento. 2, 1, 2, 3.
I officially book one.
Officially book one.
Saturday dinner show. Please get your tickets today.
The 20th.
21st. Every Saturday.
The 14th is our opening night. And then the following week, the 21st, will be a sickening cast.
Okay.
Wow,
so
fuck the first night.
So you officially book a show that occurs every Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
You don't book every Saturday, but you have
Right,
booking
yes,
say. Okay.
yeah.
And then you book a show would you say you book a show in Stockton?
So sometimes, usually I'll be like, oh, someone asked me, I'll ask Helen, like, oh, should we say yes? Or Helen will be like, this person asked to do it. I'm like, okay. Like, saying yes basically is the booking part, but Helen does most of the work for me.
Oh, see, when we do the show that I've been like planning for us to do in Sacramento, I'm like, no, you're booking it. Like, I want you to.
Okay.
Yeah. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
You're talking about the...
Yeah.
Oh.
When you say yes. When Suzette says yes, nobody can say no.
I don't get it.
There's a song called "When Jesus Say Yes." It's
that's why I don't get
Michelle
it.
Williams came out with it.
That's why. Well, I stepped over that one.
I've always said that. Like whenever I mention it, I'm always like, whenever I used to first come on the show, I'd be like, "When Suzette say yes, nobody can say no." And then I guess I just never said it to you.
I don't think so, because that's the first time I'm hearing. Otherwise, this whole time I would have just been like, "What a fun little jingle that Katana like invented."
Not the Django.
You know, and I choked on my word there. The jingle that Katana
The kava
invented.
is making your tongue numb.
Yeah, my tongue was numb. Helen, we're
This makes your
sponsored
tongue
by
I know,
Kava.
my numb sensation has gone away.
It's like a
What a catch.
magical.
Well, she's been playing kickball.
You could
now.
you could be a tight end. I could think of the.
I heard Helen was a pitcher. I don't need it back, but sure.
Oh, damn it! That's my left hand.
I was gonna catch it.
I was trying to do like the Crouch Tiger Hidden Dragon when they catch the dart.
What you were was a cornerback.
Cornerback?
You were cornerback. To take it back to sports, you defended the pass that was intended for me.
That's
you broke
what you
up the
call
pass.
an interception.
Nope, that was not. That was the deflected pass. Yeah.
I think it was a.
We're gonna school him yet, Becca.
I think it was a hat trick. They started using sports terms at my job, and they're like, "We're gonna do hat tricks." I'm like, "Is it like a sports thing?" And then like, there's like, "Yeah, when you get a loyalty sign up, you get a reward, and then you do something else. That's called a hat trick, and you have to email us when you get one." And I'm like, "Okay." And I googled it. I was like, "That's a soccer thing."
It's a lot of things. I did have to tell. Been telling multiple people because people keep getting the Fridays mixed up, and I'm like, it spells hats. It spells hats, guys. That's it. And they're like, oh, so tonight was the first, so Apple hosted. I'm like, hats.
Who's H?
Helen.
Oh.
Looking at Helen. Who's H?
Who's H? I forget Helen's name was Helen sometimes.
This isn't Jonathan Flats. This is Helen Heels.
That's Jonathan Flats.
Like,
right now.
I think Jonathan Flats. Oh my god.
I need that.
Have
for
you
Halloween.
never heard us scream that at Paradise?
I've heard Helen. I've said like, oh, Helen Sneakers or like Helen Flats when she does contemporary, but like I never heard. I thought you were saying some Broadway actors. Like, who's Jonathan Flats? Is he in Frozen? It makes it's funny that way though.
Bitch, I get shit all the time for not wearing heels.
Well, it's like when Manny doesn't wear nails.
Yeah.
On her toes.
Is there
the fucked up part is I brought them.
This is a little off topic from like expecting gigs, but I think it's a little bit on topic as well because sometimes when you're a new performer, maybe you're not doing what is bookable. So a lot of times people have a joke like you're not doing drag unless you're wearing nails. You're not doing drag unless you're wearing human hair. So is there one thing that you would say you're not doing drag if you're not doing that?
No, I used to, but I had the good sense to keep my mouth shut about that because God forbid you say your opinion about something like that. Well, if I do, I'll say I learned to word it like when Helen was new and she's like, "Can I walk around with no wig on?" I'm like, "You can, but as a concerned friend, I would say no." And I would never be like, "You can't do that." I'd be like, "You can do it, but I wouldn't do that."
I would advise.
I'll share my opinion.
But now I have to be like, in my personal taste, in my personal opinion, I like drag that has A, B, and C. Like I've had to think about that response about like, oh, because a lot of people will tell you like, oh, drag is this or drag is that. And I'm like, well, for me, when I started drag was a different thing, and we had different standards for our aesthetics. So
Wet seal.
You might call us antiquated or outdated because we want people to wear wigs. But it's just like I've had to think about like, oh, what is like the thing that's like, oh, you can't do drag if you're not doing that, because it comes down to like, well, what now? I just give up. It's one of those things where I threw my hands up in the air. It's like, well, everyone can do drag now, and they are. And
you're
it's
not
like,
doing drag unless you're throwing your hands.
Yeah, and it's just like, I mean, I just stopped questioning it and let them do their own thing and like look how they look, and then be the pretty one in the room, then see who gets booked.
Thank you.
And it's just like, you know, when you had no expectations and you show up to clubs, like it is nice to be respectful and just, you know, get in the you know, put the work in to look nice to show up. But also it is kind of helpful to like be like the one in the room. You're like, well, how come you're not in the show? You're like the best looking one here.
Yeah.
Because that's what I used to do. And then I used to just show up and like, are you in the show? I'm like, no, I'm just here to watch. And I'm like, oh, you're pretty. You should be in the show just based on how I look.
Yeah.
So it does help just to be like kind of like, you know, and then I think in Stockton it's like you might have the same thing, like you're kind of like a big fish in a small pond. So when you come to a bigger place, it's like you want to stand out in some way, but you have to be bookable. So you have to like look kind of like mainstream. Like I had a very more avant-garde look in my head for Katana, but when I had to start buying things from DD's discounts and off the rack, I'm like, I want to soften the face down a little bit and be the fishy girl. That was still acceptable time, but like I was the pretty girl for a long time, and I got booked because I was pretty.
See, I don't think I've ever experienced being a big fish in a small pond or getting booked because I'm just pretty.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think I think I'm pretty. I just don't think it gets me booked.
Well, it sounds stupid, but for a long time I really did not. I resented that because a lot of times people were like, "Oh, Helen's so talented and dancerly, and you're so pretty," and I'm like, "Thanks." And it was very much like I had like the Posh Spice syndrome. Like everyone's like, "Oh, they're so funny, they're so talented, and you're so pretty."
Well, I can relate to you on that because like with brunch, like with makeup and mimosas, people are like, "Oh my God, Taryn's so amazing, and Helen's so amazing, and Apple's so amazing, and Suzette's here too."
She's something else.
Ugh. She's a person. except not according to the Proud Boys. Last time I saw them, they were like, "You're not even a real human." I was like, "What?
It's like, yes.
What does that mean?"
AI.
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
not AI generated.
Yeah, I'm
that
alien.
would
Fuck
explain a
around and
lot,
find
actually. Okay, so you don't want to say what is not doing drag.
I don't think. Well, and realistically, like if I'm the one booking someone, or if I'm, if I have power to do something and be like, I don't know, like, because what does my opinion even matter really? Like, and even like at the lowest standard, like, what does my opinion matter to someone else? Because if someone told me like, oh, you don't do blank, you're not doing drag, I'm like, well, fuck you, I don't give a fuck. But I'm probably doing it anyway. But like, so I think about it. I think before I speak usually. So I'm like, well, if someone told me that, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. So I'm like, I'm not gonna put that energy in that. So no, I will say nothing.
Do you have a thing that's like you're not doing drag if you don't have
My
feathers?
my view is, yeah, you're not doing drag if you don't have an ostrich feather.
Just one.
And I don't care what anybody says. They won't always. No, my I guess my view is all drag is valid, but not all drag is good and bookable. And that's just a fact. And I think a lot of people get hurt by that, but I don't know.
That part. I think that's where a lot of drama and conflict comes from, is people believing that they're bookable, and also I think a big thing is like commercially acceptable. And I'm not saying I'm not adjudicating what's commercially acceptable or not, but like there's some drag that like isn't going to fit in certain shows, or some styles of performance that isn't going to fit in a certain show. And it's like, no, it's not that I hate you because you don't fit that style. Like, you don't fit that style.
Right.
Like, I should not be ever in a dancing show.
Yeah, because I feel like it's
being, like
it's like it's hard to put into words.
Which shall
I
I
don't care
go?
about pissing anybody off. But it's like, I think that notion has been forgotten these days, where it's like okay to take critiques. It's like okay to like be told that something's not good, because growing up in theater, that's just, you just got a critique.
Not everyone
doesn't
gets
mean
the
you were
lead
terrible.
role.
It doesn't mean you're bad. It just means this could be better. This was a great idea. And I think particularly right now, we don't have a lot of that like going on. It's like, no, my drag is amazing, and you're not booking me because you don't like me because of this. Nobody said that. No, those words never left my mouth. Believe me, baby.
That's the one good thing about having competition shows, because that's when you can get actual critique to your face.
Right.
Even though they tell you like, be nice, don't be mean. I'm like, well, they're not going to learn if they're not mean, because then you're going to learn from people talking shit behind your back.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, oh,
yeah,
I look like shit, I guess. Apparently.
Yeah. My favorite thing is that I've heard about me is somebody said I don't book them because their makeup makes them look mean. And I was like,
that was me.
I was like, have you looked at the shows of the people that like Taryn doesn't look nice in pictures? I don't think like you don't generally give like the like warmest like housewife, like I think when you smile, but in pictures like on posters you do housewife very well. But like I'm like, everyone I work with looks like a mean bitch if you get the right picture of them. Like I think Apple doesn't, but that's because her eyes are 8 feet wide. Like,
well, and that's the perks of having like one of those fake faces like that. It's always
and that's scary. No, here's what I'll say. I think a lot of people forget that drag is an umbrella term, and it's inclusory of a lot of things. And I think for me, what makes something drag is a fantasy and some form of gender expression. I don't think it has to be binary. I don't think it has to be to the max, but if there's no concept of some gender expression, I'm like, okay, then it's not. It's just like you see it a lot sometimes on Mondays with like people dancing. They're like, I'm doing drag, and it's like, no, you're just wearing some lip gloss and dancing. Where's the gender expression? What's the fantasy?
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not knocking dancing. Again, it's something I don't do at all. But like, is that drag? And is that appropriate for a drag show? I guess.
I think you can be trying drag out.
Sure.
I think that's a cute term. Like, oh, I'm trying drag out. But I think when you say I'm doing drag, there's a level of professionalism that comes behind it, experience, just how much grunt work have you done? In a sense, it is almost like dues to be able to say I do drag, because it's like we can run around and say I do drag, but it's like, some of us did tip spots, and here you are 3 months into drag and you're demanding to be booked in my show where girls, and non-binary performers and kings make, $75, $100, we love to pay performers. That's what we want to do. But it's like, what have you done really to show that you're kind of going to put on a good show? Because I'm sorry, at the end of the day, if your show is not attracting people, there is no show, and for me, I guess I know there's too many, but that's a reality behind it, is we need to keep the show at some kind of like moving caliber. Yeah. And it's like, I don't mind like when we do, because at Aviary we did a lot of like newcomer shows. I want to give newcomers like opportunities to perform in these bars, to get their name out there. That nobody's trying to stop you from getting an opportunity, but you need to understand that there's a lot of performers who have been here for a long time, who are doing the dang thing,
who didn't just disappear
critique,
because you arrived,
and it's like, there's like, I won't name names, but I do have a particular friend who, somebody reached out to them and was like, oh, I'd love to be, your drag child. And they were like, okay, I'll take it into consideration. Why don't we hit a couple areas? This is where I get this is where I do this is where I do this, let's, and they just weren't trying to like meet the criteria, or like they weren't like, making the effort to go out and doing this. And it's like, and you're asking to be booked in my show, but you aren't putting in any effort when I'm trying to give you the shot. Your shot is the effort.
I think that's a whole nother topic that I want to cover on the show at some point, is like,
yeah, I changed my answer.
Drag parenting. Okay.
No, I feel like if you're gonna do drag,
KMS.
You have to.
Now I learned it.
You
Say KMS.
You have to do.
When Suzette says yes, no one says no.
Oh my god.
I'm just repeating things.
Suzette said the KMS.
Yes, KMS.
I do think like the one thing you should be doing, I think, if you're gonna drag, is have like do it for like the art form and do it for fun and do it for the right reasons.
Agreed.
Like if you're not like, not everything has to have a message or a point of view, but I do like when people do have a unique point of view or a unique message with their drag. Like if they're just doing it for the attention and stuff, like that's
I hate that shit.
That's one thing where I'm just like, I think the attention comes with it when it comes to the territory. Like that's fine to like love the spotlight and do that if you can back it up.
But that for me is what makes the difference between like a performer and someone doing drag.
It's taking up space. Sometimes I'm like, you're just taking up space for other people. Like you're kind of watering down the scene. And that seems like that's harsh, but it's just like I'll see it and I'm like, that's not gonna last. It's just gonna go, and then I'm like, it'll fizzle out eventually. There's no need for me to call it out, but like you can see it, and some people are like, they're not gonna keep doing this. When they start learning that you have to do your due diligence and you have to like pay your dues and stuff in some form, they're gonna be like, oh, like I can't just walk around and do an 8 count and get paid for it. And not have any original personality or anything to contribute to the drag scene.
That's what I want. I want personality. Show
Yeah.
me originality.
That's what
I don't care how good or bad your drag is.
We've talked about that on this show. Like it's Sacramento drag is about personality.
Yeah.
That's really the queens that are and kings and in betweens that are getting booked. I think is people with personality.
Personality. Honestly,
yeah. If you don't have any, then it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Like for me, like I've said it before. Like if drag like snapped and it's like, oh, drag is not a payable gig anymore. Like you don't get paid to do drag.
Right.
How many people would stop doing it?
Exactly.
For me, I'm like, I'll do it for fun. I love doing it. It's expensive, but I still love to do it.
Right. Well, I mean, that's why we're here right now, right? Like,
Paradise, yeah.
I think for me, that's my least favorite type of like, and I'll say it for comedy too, comedy and drag. I hate when I see people doing either. And like you can just see, you can tell, you can feel that they're only doing it because they saw it on TV and they were like, that looks like an easy way to get famous. Like we're all performers. I have to be performing. You have to be performing. You have to be creating art and performing. But like I can just tell with some people, it's like, why the fuck are you here? Like what do you
get out of it?
You don't want to be here. You don't particularly like performing. Like you like the attention and you like the chance that you could get on, be the first Sacramento queen outside of Lady Camden to be on Drag Race. But like, it's like you don't. That's all you want. You don't want to be here.
If the money's just the appeal, I don't really want to book you. I want to have a show with performers who are going to have fun, who are going to make the audience have fun. I love the audience. I want everyone in the room to have fun. If you're only here to do like money grabs, and then you get all pissy and you don't want to talk to the audience after, and it's like I don't want that. I don't want that energy. That's nasty. No.
Yeah.
You know?
So I guess to kind of wrap up the what should new performers expect when they start new is like nothing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Monday nights.
There's a moth in here.
That is an audience member. Don't talk about them like that.
Sorry, Mothman's in the house. Respect the work.
Do you want to say it on the mic? Do you want to come closer? Okay.
You wanna do
Helen
ASMR?
Eels in the audience says, expect to work. It wasn't as... The diction wasn't there?
Yes, expect to work. It's just if you want to run your own show or host your own show.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Imagine that you have to do the work to host it and book it and organize it and produce it. Don't just think you can show up to an event, a gig, and have it. Oh, well, sometimes you can, and the promoter do all the work. I mean, you could, but sometimes I just feel like we've heard so many like stories of people falling through, not doing what they're supposed to. Like the main good thing about me and Helen doing all of our own stuff is that like we take care of everything, so that we don't have to worry about someone else fucking it up. Like, and they've tried to have people come in and do like, oh, let's have a DJ come in. I'm like, no, it's not our show. It's going to change the whole thing. Because we do everything on our own. Because first it was necessity, but now it's like I kind of prefer it that way because
it's quality control.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I do all like I don't want to have someone making like these, Microsoft Paint flyers for my show or whatever. So that's why like I do. If I had the motivation to make a flyer, I'll do it, but I'll make it look good, and I'm not going to just put it on whatever.
Yeah. So, okay, I would say that, especially if you want to start a show. I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, well, Suzette runs shows and starts shows. I can do it. And it's like, oh, no. It's so much more work. That's why generally I don't know what the fuck I'm performing because I've been worried about the show.
And it's more on your name, too. Like, if a show flops, your name's on it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, it's embarrassing. I mean, most people might forget, but for me, like, if I ran a show outside of Eve's and it was like kind of like not successful, I would be embarrassed about it because I care about it, you know?
Right.
Yeah, you're invested in it. And that's important, is to be, I think, whether it's you're producing, creating, or just a performer, to be invested. That goes back to what we're saying about people not really being invested in the art form of drag or the art form of performing. They're just like, oh, this looks like a good way to make money and get famous. Like, oh, no, you're not invested. I don't know. So, okay, so what do you think a new performer can expect?
I don't know. I just like... I don't know if I can sum it up in a sentence, but let me try. I didn't go to school for language. I barely went to school at all. I would say, like, honestly, expect nothing. Like, go in, have a good time, show who you are. If you are as talented as you believe you are when you are in my inbox at 2 a.m., be that person when I see you at Badlands at 7 p.m. You know, be there, show up, be a person, be a good person, be authentically you. Because there's a lot of younger performers running around right now who are trying to be something I think they're not. And it's just, it's not authentic. Nobody likes it. The girls talk shit about you. Okay, I'm sorry. It's like, that's just the fact.
Something they're not, or like a carbon copy of someone that exists.
Either or,
because I don't like
it's
that
just
second. That latter is like, I don't want to see someone be the next Helen Heels.
I think people can just smell bullshit.
Yeah,
and we kind of like, it's one of those things like it's unspoken, but we're all kind of like feel like we'll hear it and we're like, I don't know about her.
Because it's like, you know, Mercury will always naturally be Mercury.
Yep.
And that is
Even
why
as a skinny person.
Entertaining. That is why Mercury is a fierce host. That is why we love Mercury, because that is natural. There are some performers who will come up and say weird and quirky things, do weird and quirky things to you, and it's like, I don't know. It's so fake. Like, what happened to hi? What happened to hello? Like, how are you? Like, we can start there and work our way up, but I feel like it's just like, when it's forced, it's stale and it's not entertaining. Yes, I am wearing pants.
Like, not that you have to be like super like buddy with every single person. Like, again, like I don't believe we ought to be in a sisterhood, brotherhood, siblinghood, whatever.
No, we're not all friends.
But like,
and I
just
hate
at
half
least
the
have like
same.
a professional relationship with people. Just be like normal. Like, don't pretend to be like someone's sister when you don't know each other. Like, just be a person, and that's cool.
Because you can also tell the difference between when someone gets into drag to be their character. That is also always authentic. Like, this is who they are. This is their moment to show.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting into drag, you're like, okay, now I'm gonna act weird so that they think I'm weird, so that they think I'm cool, so that they book me.
I want to act cunty so they think I'm fierce.
Yeah, that's not cute.
I'm gonna read people because that's what drag queens
That
do.
that it happens so much where people are like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to be, the cunty reading bitch, and it's like
Like you can be a cunty, but don't be a cunt.
Yeah, thank
like,
you.
Cunty is like it's an essence. It's not something you choose to be.
Yeah.
It's just the way.
I
Cunty
was
by
recently
Jean-Paul
dragged for
Gaultier.
being too cunty.
An essence.
Cunty kava.
That's my favorite flavor.
Cunty with the cunty with the
Cunty chameleon. A kava
cunty
drink
chameleon.
to make you think.
KMS cunty Manny Suzette. I wasn't invited. Also, like, yeah,
You made it up.
You know, funny enough, there was this like, line on Ahsoka the other day, and it was expect the worst but hope for the best.
That is starting a drag career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Or
really
a comedy.
is.
Honestly, a comedy career.
It's like expect people will hate you and not like your number and talk shit about you, but then hope for maybe one person likes it, and there's probably a lot of people who like it. Well, I don't know. It's like
yeah.
Like I don't know. Like the best number sometimes I've done. It's like I don't know if they're gonna like this or if they're gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it, and then they like it. I'm like, oh, okay, I had faith in myself. But I didn't expect them to like it. It's like a pleasant surprise both ways. I'm like, I didn't think that was going to work, but it did.
Every time I do a weird the bread number on Easter, and like the crowd's silent afterward, and then a year and a half later, someone comes up to me and they're like, remember when you did the bread on Easter and you were Mary Magdalene? And I'm like, I do, yeah, because it was seared into my brain as a trauma, like. And they're like, it was so good. And I'm like, well, you didn't act like it in the crowd.
I love those random niche. Sometimes I'll forget. They're like, I remember you did your Will Byers number from Stranger Things. It's like, oh, yeah, I forgot I did that. When I did Scatman and I rubbed fake shit all over myself.
Sometimes I'll get like.
Did you go to Folsom?
Where I
No.
literally think people.
I was a trendsetter for that.
Making things up, and they're like, remember when you did blah blah blah? I can't think of what it is, but it's always something outlandish. And I'm like, no. And then I see it, and I'm like, oh. That could have been interpreted that way.
I find some of my best numbers are just the numbers that I kind of just like threw together with my brain. You know, it was just like, okay, what's like a lot of people really liked when we did like Old Lady Night. That Old Lady number
I loved the eaves of Shady Pines.
I'm out. I don't.
Whenever you don't have to be pretty, like you can be such a big like. Whenever I have to be ugly, like I had the funnest time because I'm like I don't have to be pretty. I can do what the fuck I want.
I'll commit.
I had the worst when
Thank you.
When we did Golden Girls. I didn't get flirted with a single time that day. Not by people at Lowbrow, not by people in Depot, not by our own audience. It would look only that night when Sasha Colby was there and I took all the wrinkles off of the makeup. Then I felt better, but I was like, never again.
It was funny, like we were thrifting for that show, and it's like I can never find good things for drag, but when we were going to Goodwill, like we found stuff everywhere, and I had to pick and choose which I wanted.
For old lady stuff.
Yeah, there's tons of like Dorothy Zvornak realness going on in there.
I can't buy shoes like unless it's online. Like they don't sell 6-inch stripper heels just at the store unless it's Hustler. And then, like, they're very specific, and I own 3 of them already.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, getting flats for an old lady, I was like, I'm in the land of milk and honey, bitches. Like,
get you some
Payless.
Is Payless still around?
No.
Oh,
they were discontinued.
Okay. That's
you know, I thought
flats.
Payless invented the word BOGO.
They didn't?
Yeah, because there's like, you got BOGO on the brain, and I was like, what's BOGO? And then I started working retail. I was like, oh, buy one, get one. I get it.
I want to be there that moment that Katana realizes BOGO is.
It's one of those like silent things where you're like, you discover it and you're like, I'm so glad I never said it out loud because I would have sounded so fucking stupid. And now I said it, so. Yeah.
Okay, so I think new performers expect nothing, expect the worst,
and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Work
May the
hard.
Force be with you.
Don't just start on a scene and expect to get booked.
Work hard because we see you. We are watching you. We talk about you. Like, I mean, honestly, Helen and I just did a brunch with Eva Changing, and I had such a great time. Everyone
Never heard of
talked
him.
to, I
Just
said
kidding.
I had such a great time with Eva Changing. It was so nice to work with a new performer who was just there to perform, have a good time. Eva was like, hey, you know, are there any tips that you have for me? Like, you know, I want to grow. And I was like, Sure. Yeah, we can have this conversation. I'm just not used to it. You know, it's
Yeah, I have
like
$1 right here.
Yeah. No, seriously.
It's like, no, you got any tips from
I
me?
invented a good. I'm not gonna say it online, but I want to run it by you and see if you guys think it's a good tip. Because I was like, this is a tip I would pass along when I was doing my makeup today. I was like, well, look what I learned. You're gonna be like, yeah, I knew that.
Katana Ray invented makeup.
I know. The only other thing I wanted to say in conclusion on this episode was you were saying that it's like disrespectful when someone comes up to us and they're like, I do drag too. And it's like that belies all the hard work, effort, time, sweat, money, blood, tears, literally that come with everything we do. And Halloween's coming up. And this is on our list of
The
topics.
new crop is on its way.
And it's not enough for a full episode, but like I hate when people are like, they come up to us and they're like, oh, I did one time I was in Halloween. I did here, I'm just gonna hold on a second, I'm gonna find it. I was a drag queen too, and it's like, the fuck you were?
Were you here? Were you here for
dress.
Karma's the Bitch?
I've been here a long time. Yes, I was here for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I met them on like a random, I think it was on Halloween or something, and they were like, it wasn't
that long ago. That was post-COVID.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, it was before COVID.
Was
it
it
was
pre-COVID?
because it was years ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What
Yeah,
you
I
call
was
it?
here.
They came out to me and they're like, "Oh, I'm from LA. Like, we could own this club. I worked with Detox. I was like, that's cool. I don't want to own the club though. I have my Thursday show. It's fine." And I was like, they were like, we can own this takeover. Like, I don't need to. Like, I need my own little weekday show. That's all I want. I don't
That's
want
very
anything more.
football attitude.
But that was
I
a
know,
whole
I know.
yeah, like it's like I work with Detox. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care.
I think
Like,
a lot of people, with regard to Karma's a Bitch, was like, a lot of people were sick of hearing like, whose dick do I need to suck to get a show? And it's like, that's not how this works. Here,
I just
know,
don't like
maybe
when people
somewhere else.
name drop. Like, she just name drop. Like, I worked in LA. I worked with this, and like, okay, and
Oh, my business card says works with Helen Heels though. So
star of Dragula season 5, which has not aired yet.
official star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I just hate that shit on Halloween. So
Let
if
yourself let it speak for yourself. Like, let your work speak for itself.
Yeah. Right,
And then
especially on Halloween when I see people, I'm like, damn, okay.
Even
put
if
me out of
even
work.
if you are kind of like in your own, like if you can love yourself or you can be into your own shit, but like when you don't speak on it and you just let it speak for yourself, it's just so much more cunty that way.
Yeah.
And it makes you look humble, even though you're like, I know I'm the shit. But if you don't say it,
well, that's kind of like how I felt about Kamaya. It's like one day Kamaya showed up just in full drag, and I was like, oh, that one's been watching.
oh no, she used to Vogue the house like on the dance floor after the fact. I was like, oh yeah, she's a little queen over there.
Yeah, no, but like, you know, Kamaya is another good example of a performer who like puts in work and like, you know, wants to be booked, is hungry to be booked, puts on these numbers that like, you know, might be a little out of the box, but like, I mean,
Are they?
Like I didn't put any prosthetics on my face for, you know, it's like I like seeing small stuff like that where it's like, this is effort.
Yeah, she didn't just rely on. She didn't be like, oh, I'm doing a witch show. Here's a hat and a broom.
I'm not gonna comment about that. That's
her mother.
That's a whole episode.
Just kidding.
Where
Is
we
that
could
her
talk
mom?
about
Is it her
theme
like aunt
shows.
now? She's a bee, so I'm just kidding. I love her.
But yeah, no, that's just younger performers we're watching.
Oh, and talking.
I'm not. Unless they're a Twitter meme, I'm not going to really pay attention.
Become a Twitter meme.
Become a Twitter meme, and that's when you. If people make fun of, not make funny, but if they can make a really stupid, like lighthearted joke about you on Twitter, and it's not at your expense, but you're like, oh, like
be in on the joke.
Them
Have fun.
when they did this, and like
You know?
that's like when I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm being like that's special for me. I'm like, oh, when Katana did a stupid ass thing in the club last night, I'm like, oh, they're thinking about me or whatever.
I love waiting to see what's gonna hit Twitter the Friday after Eve's.
I was gonna.
Me too. Or like Becca's story, where she always. I know. Sometimes like she's gonna clip this one part and put on her story in like 3 hours. I already know.
I don't use Twitter much, you know, of course, and I was gonna make a joke on it today. Bijou was like, I'm drunk enough to start replying to everyone's story, and I tweeted, "Don't be
She wouldn't leave me
Suzette,"
alone.
and then under that I was gonna tweet, "Oh shit, that was supposed to be for my burner." But I don't actually have a burner, and I don't want people to start attributing awful things that a random account say to my burner. So I was like, nope, I'm just gonna let it be. It's funny enough as it is.
Don't be Suzette. Yeah.
You should. Change the name to not.
It was
Suzette's
me,
Burning.
and I was like, you know what, that's fun. It would have been funny if I had been like, oh shit, that was supposed to be for my burner. But I was like, I don't want people deciding I'm an awful burner account.
My favorite thing, me and Bijou's like one of our favorite things is like when we don't get tagged in tweets, but we'll see it like the next day scrolling through the feed. And it's just some random off the wall like pictures like, oh, like Bijou when they did this or something like that. And it's funny because I'll post something and wait for her to see it, and she won't see it till, like the next day. It's fun.
I don't know how to use Twitter. But we were talking. Twitter is still Twitter. It's not X. Fuck X.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay, I think that's everything on this episode.
Yeah.
We will promote the next one.
Yes.
Yeah, and
We
pick our
sure
topic
will.
earlier.
It's gonna be November.
Yeah.
Damn. What are you thankful for in drag?
For foreign drag?
And I just like, what do you? It's like Thanksgiving.
Oh, like a theme?
Yeah, Liz was actually, can you do the fourth Friday or whatever of the month? I'm like, that's Black Friday. And I'm like, I don't think I can do that show. Sorry. And she's like, oh, I'll check again later.
Yeah, we talk about it. Liz and I.
Black Friday is
going to
move this year. Liz is going to somehow make it
When are we
happen.
going to get Katana?
I feel so bad because she keeps asking me, and I'm like, this past month I had to go to LA for my sister's engagement, and then this month is just October. So it's
because I want you. You know, and
and
we
I've been
both
wanting
do.
to. It's just like it's a holiday because we have blackout days for retail. Like I can't request days off or whatever from like October through January, but I still do, and they still do it. But I just feel guilty doing it because we only have like 4 managers. And like when I was gone for like 5 days, it's like damn, like the same 3 people had to work all the same shifts because I was not there. It just sucks. But then maybe during
hire
holiday,
another manager.
maybe during holiday. Well, we're gonna have a temp key, so we're gonna have someone else there.
Okay. Anything else?
I want to shoot Helen.
Say yes.
Yeah, I guess I don't know really how to put that into a say yes or no. Should new performers expect everything right away?
Yes, and see what happens.
Yes, and find out.
Can you imagine they're watching like,
No.
I heard on KMS that I have to expect everything and demand bookings on my first week of drag. I'd be like, I would do it just for the boldness of it. I'm like, you got it.
Yeah.
You're headlining.
There's the
DJ,
A.
hit that track.
You're the star. We will. What's the first? When's your next Friday? The 4th.
Why are you looking at me?
No, the 3rd. We'll be back on November 3rd, right? That's your next Friday? Well, one of us needs to know these things, Helen. Okay, we'll be back on November 3rd.
November 3rd.
Yeah, I can't talk. The kava made my tongue numb. We'll be back on November 3rd.
Rabbit season.
Do you think it
Anywhere
works
you
on
want
your-
people to see
your
you in
nether
October?
region?
October, I'll be at what's the show called at Roscoe? The
Velvet Room Cabaret.
Yes,
the Velvet Review. That one.
I was
Velvet
not the-
Review.
not the
jingle.
Well, I'm going to be at the cabaret show on the 21st,
Yes,
Saturday.
yes.
In the evening, dinner and drag cabaret, and then I'm going to be at Roscoe's again on the 29th for the Halloween Eve brunch with folklore.
Eve morning.
Well, it's like 2 days before Halloween.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Eve is in before.
All those Eves.
Yes.
Eve.
Okay. And where do you want people to come find you?
You can find me everywhere. You can find me tomorrow in San Francisco at Princess, and then you can find where I'm going to be next on my Instagram. I post weekly.
What's the event at Princess?
It's Jimbo night, I believe.
Oh, and you're booked there?
Yes.
I'm lucky. I had not been to Princess or
Blessed.
Oasis. They don't like me there.
It's my first time.
It's okay. I've been doing drag for 11 years, and I've never been at Oasis. You know, I did do Oasis once back when it was a different club. I did like Gold Rush pageant there.
Ooh.
Ellen was there.
You've been in a lot of pageants.
I know. I'm a pageant queen.
You're a pageant girl.
I've lost like 2 pageants.
I lost a drag competition.
So did I. Many.
Oh, I did win one, you know.
Oh yeah, second place.
The only time I've won something is when it's at our own bar. But it's audience vote, so that counts.
I've never won anything.
We know.
So I'm doing the Kava show with Manny
Yes, we're doing
and
Kava.
May and Liz
Kava,
on the
Kava, Kava,
14th.
Kava, Kava, Kava.
And what else? There's a costume competition on the 28th.
Oh, remind us to ask you something about something Pride Center related in a second.
I just wanted to end with remind us to ask you something about something. But makeup and mimosas. We have that Sunday on the 8th. Is it the 8th? It's the 8th. Yeah, Sunday the 8th. We still have some tickets. I think that's everything. I mean, Fridays, Thursdays.
We have Queens and
night?
Comedy.
Oh shit! Fuck
Queens
yeah!
in Comedy.
Queens in Comedy. Thank you. My God. On the 15th, Queens in Comedy. And if you're somehow watching this in San Francisco, Queens in Comedy at Cobb's Comedy Club on the 11th, which is National Coming Out Day. So that's exciting. I'm hosting Witch Night on. I just wanted to get that out. Witch Night on Thirsty Thursday, and someone's just gonna come with a fucking broom, and I'm gonna like scream.
Oh, what for the?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, I have a broom. It's just my normal clothes. Anyway, Queens in Comedy, the 11th, the 15th, the Kava theme drag show at Culture Club on the 14th. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate you guys for being here. And we'll be back November 3rd.
You know, I want to do a witch show, but I want to be the broom.
You should be.
You know how those inflatable witches
And then have
stuff?
inflatable
Oh,
witch.
yeah, I have like a witch on my back.
Whoa.
What song did I do?
Do that. Ride Me, something with Ride Me.
All right, folks, that is us for the evening. Thanks for hanging out. Check out stabcomedytheater.com for our full calendar of events. Online audience. Hey, let's see if we can send you somewhere. Do we have some friends on? How about we send you Insanity? If you're going to stick around. Otherwise, hope to see you back here tomorrow, 7 o'clock and 8. Improv. Have a good night.